I called a adjourned meeting special meeting rather, of the Cambria Community Services District Board of Directors from February 27th to order. This is a workshop that we've been leading up to for like the last month and a half with public comments and this is when we process it all for renewing basically our strategic plan for another year. I wanted to ask first, Mr. Hirsch, if we need to extend the meeting. It's going to go on more than 3 hours. You want to do that when the time comes, or we want to get preempted?
I think it'd be appropriate to do it now and get that out of the
Yeah.
way and
I
could reflect that.
and yeah, so I'll ask basically the board members here if we want to take it to. I guess it would be, I say 3 o'clock as a end, end time, a target time for ending it. And that includes lunch. Do I have a motion to second? Let's move.
I'll second it. Am I moving or seconding?
We're moving.
I move that we go ahead and extend the meeting to 3 o'clock.
And I'll second it.
So moved by Director Dean and seconded by Vice President Scott that we extend the meeting to 3 o'clock. Can I have a roll call, please?
Director Dean,
Aye.
Vice President Scott,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
No.
President,
Still have a little levity here.
President Gray.
Aye. That out of the way, I want to talk a little bit about, just briefly about the structure, the setup here with our new owl. We have the microphone, which we in the past have had as a separate unit, is the microphone for the owl. And the one thing we have to be cognizant of, and this is obviously recorded in a public meeting, is to understand that when we talk to one another, have side conversations, it's all being picked up by the owl. And so I would caution people against doing that. And of course, we want our facilitator to have everyone's full attention at all times. So if you can be cognizant of the fact there's a microphone on right in front of you, essentially, in the middle of the table, be aware and act accordingly. I'm gonna very briefly introduce the people who are going to be taking this over. And of course, our general manager, Matt McElhenney, will take over from here and then introduce Dick Clark, who's experienced in management and strategic planning from a long career at UPS, I understand, right? And we're glad to have him here as a volunteer facilitator. And I look forward to this. Without further ado, I'll turn this meeting over initially to General Manager McElhenney, who will introduce, I think, for the content, also introduce Mr. Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Want to welcome Mr. Dick Clark. How many years, Mr. Clark, with UPS?
Almost 30.
Almost 30 years with UPS at the corporate level. My father did 27 years at UPS, so we have a little something common. So there's a lot of change to that organization. I think Mr. Clark will serve us well. And then just go down the line with introductions, perhaps.
Well, first, the next time is role of facilitator, recorder, group, and public. Yeah,
I was going to do the introductions after. I'll take over the agenda.
yeah, I think basically, Mr. Clark, I think takes over. Okay.
So first, I'd like to introduce my role as the facilitator. One is to make sure we stay focused. We can do the timing, the breaks. I'm shooting for the first break after number 9. Lunch, I hope we can do it after the core values. It just depends how we go today. I made a note to myself that I have to stay neutral, do not take a position. That's will be difficult, but when we were met with the ad hoc committee, I asked them to put this in. It was on page 6 of the packet. Is to be more conducive to creativity and participation. This will be an informal setting with participants on a first name basis. That's because 3 of you I've known as by your first name. I've known you as vice president, director, and president. If I try to figure out who you are, I could have a brain freeze and forget where I'm going. So, I'll probably call everybody by first name. The role of the recorder. Haley is just pretty much what she's done last year. We'll be doing it, the vision statement, the objectives and supporting actions of each strategic goal, and the next steps of the follow-up process. The role of the public is to observe. Public input for the community was received at the special board of directors meeting on Monday, February 26, 2024. And next, I'd just like to go through the agenda and how we'll go today. Do the introductions next. We'll just cover the reference material that's included, then we'll do the SWOT items of number 5, 6, 7, and 8. But it's gonna be pretty much like we did last year. We'll put up the 2 pages on the screen here, and you can look at them, and then the board can discuss them. Number 10, we'll do the vision statement. We're probably going to start over again. Probably give you each a sheet of paper, give you 10, 15 minutes. The vision statements can be difficult. Usually they ask them to be short, direct, cover, going from where you are on your mission statement to where you want to be 5 to 10 years down the road. So just to give you a heads up on that. 11, we cover the core values. Then we'll do the objectives and supporting actions. It should be easier this year because last year you did a lot of the details and descriptions. This year is more of an update and what you need and where you're going. On number 13, where it says the next steps, follow-up and process, I like to have you make it the future meetings. So anything that comes up during the meeting that you'd like to put on a list, that's where Haley will put it. We'll open up a page.
Okay.
And whether it's a board meeting or it's a meeting, 2 or 3 strategic meetings down the road, we just want to collect the thoughts so we don't lose them. We'll do a brief recap summary of the workshop, and then we'll turn the meeting back to Tom and Matt. So now if we get, we know the rules, I guess we need to do it for the public. We just need to go do a quick trip around the table and just you roll with CCSD, how long you've been with CCSD, and maybe how long you've been in Cambria. We'll start with Tom.
Thank you, Dick. Yeah, I'm Tom Gray. I'm currently the president of the CCSD Board of Directors. I've been on the Board of Directors since 2020. And I've been in Cambria full-time now for about 15 years. And this is my 3rd workshop, I guess. So I'll pass it on to our vice president.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Scott, or you can call me Debbie Scott, either way. I am currently the vice president. I have been on the board since 2022 and have been a full-time resident in Cambria since 2020, but half-time since 2017.
I'm Karen Dean. I'm a member of the board of directors. I was elected to the board in 2020. Prior to that, I was the chair of the vice chair of the Resources and Infrastructure Committee since it was formed in 2018. And now I'm the chair. I've been a Cambria homeowner since 1994, full-time since 2012.
My name is Michael Thomas, been a director since 2022, full-time in Cambria since 2018.
My name is Harry Farmer. I've been on the board. I was elected in November of 2016. So I'm winding down my 2nd elected term on the board. I moved here in November 1st, 1986. So I've been here a little over 37 years.
I'm David Hirsch. I'm with the firm of Carmel and Nakasha. I serve as assistant district counsel and have been doing work with Cambria since 2009. And I don't live here.
I'm David Aguirre with the CCSD. I've been here under the Facilities and Resource Manager for 7 months. And I do not live in Cambria.
He's doing a really good job.
I'm Tristan Reaper. I'm the program manager for the Utilities and Engineering Department. I've worked for the CCSD since April of 2020, and in my current role as program manager since April of 2023.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Jim Green, Utility Director. I'm approaching my 6th year here at the district, where I've had roles as Chief Plant Operator for the then Sustainable Water Facility and Water System Superintendent.
Dave Pearson, resident, head of the Fire Safe Focus Group, former director. And I've been here since 2015.
Good morning, Mike Berkey, Fire Chief for Cambria Fire Department. I recently became the fire chief, but I've been in Cambria with the fire department since 2011.
Hi, I'm Denise Fritz, and I am the Administrative Department and Finance Manager. And I have been with Cambria a little over a year and a half.
My name is Haley Dodson. I'm a confidential administrative assistant for the CCSD, and I've been here for 8 years.
I'm Matthew McEnany, the general manager for the Cambria Community Service District. I'm on month 11, I believe, month 11. But I've been in the district in some form or fashion, working for the Community Service District as a paramedic since 2008, and then along with Chief Berkey, working for the fire department for a few years as well.
Let's do a sound check because I wonder if the people on the online are hearing okay with that microphone. This is
I'm
the
gonna
big
bring in
test.
Lauren Crosby,
What?
if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sure, just ask.
Lauren Crosby, can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, we're hearing you pretty well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, so I want to know. Please proceed.
I'm Dick Clark. I've been here for 25 years. Let me go back just to the UPS, just a tad. I was one of those guys that have been blessed. I went to get a job at UPS. I thought I was going to the post office. When they hired me as a clerk. I hired on as a clerk, cashier, a loader. And my tools were, we had a crank adding machine and a slide rule. So this is 1966, going back to the dark ages. We were a private company. So I understand we were very frugal. Our growth was from internal revenue. So I understand that aspect of the job. 29 years later, when we put all the digital stuff in, we had too many management people, and I was able to retire with full benefits at age 50 in 1995. So we made our way to Cambria in 1999. My degree was in marketing from Cal Poly Pomona. It was the same philosophy here at San Luis Obispo. They were the same school. Julian McPhee was the president, and they just called them sister colleges at the time. When I went into management at UPS, the policy was promote within. They put me in industrial engineering, and I said, I got a marketing degree. And they said, we don't care what your degree is, we're going to give you a PhD in UPS. So I now have several PhDs in UPS. We did a lot of various things moving here. I really didn't get involved with Cambria per se until 2017. We did other pursuits of travel with kids. I was with Friends of First Castle for 6 years. I was treasurer for 3 years, and president a year. We've done a lot of traveling, but finally we got to 2017. Our strategic plan says we're pulling back, and I could get involved. So I put the word out to a couple of friends, and I was recruited to go into the community council. So after a year, I became treasurer. The second year, I became president. I think I'm ending at my 4th year now. But in the community council, we try to pick up the cracks that fall between the school district, the healthcare district, county, and CCSD. Those services that you aren't providing, we try to do it. Since 1996, we've given out $1.7 million in grants to 61 local organizations and 41 different school programs. So the money that we raise through our Open Heart campaign stays in Cambria. Some of the services we provide, we do the volunteer bus, where we pick up any senior or disabled person, Monday through Friday. We'll take you anywhere in Cambria. We have volunteer drivers. There's no cost. And that's that. And I'm the president of that group. Also involved with Cambria Anonymous Neighbors, which I'm the treasurer. Through there, we sponsor food distributions. We do, there's 5 food distributions a month in Cambria. We sponsor 2 of the 5. We loan out hospital equipment. We have a warehouse in Tin City where if anybody needs any type of equipment, it's free. We have volunteers that will deliver it to you and pick it up. We have volunteers that will take you to a person to any medical appointment within the county. We'll take the San Luis Obispo, Templeton, wherever they want to go. And we also do minor home repairs, and it's normally doing the handrails and stuff for showers. And the last one I'm involved with is the Historical Society. I'm the treasurer there also. A couple dealings with the district is we just bought the pocket park for you. Yeah, you've been down there, you notice that we get the fences up. We're in the process of getting the concrete pads in, build the move the jail there. And the other one is the schoolhouse. We're leasing that land from the CCSD with the schoolhouses on. So my involvement in the community is pretty much here. I'm involved with Skate Cambria, and I've done several ad hoc committees. I got involved with the CCSD, but I'm going to cover that after we do the reference areas, so as we lead into the accomplishment, because you got a lot going, and I got another lead, and I'm ahead of myself. The next item is the reference materials that we have. They're on page 15 and 16. There's the missional statements there, the core values are there. 15 as a 3-year goals for 23.5 on page 16. There's also on page 58 and 59 of your LAFCO designations. So today we'll pretty much be using page 35, 36, which the agenda is on. 15 and 16. We'll be using the last handout that the ad hoc committee put out on the grouping of the spot items. And then when we get into strategic goals, we'll start with page 50 to 57.
They did.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, maybe we're pointing out pages 15 and 16 are on the wall also.
Right. That was Michael's suggestion that we do that. It's
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
probably a good idea that we discussed today, be having in several buildings. So you don't have to say this is who we are, and this is where we're going. And before we get to the accomplishments, I'd just like to thank the board for the great jobs you've done. I think it's been a long time coming. I think once we got the water facility built, I think the district has been working as a team on how to resolve those issues. This board is the reflection of the community. When the community is all disruptive and contentious, it just comes down to the board, to the staff, and we just can't provide you a good working environment. We're past that now. And the first clue was when we gave the grant to the skate park of $178,000. Nobody said anything. All the fiscal talks, they always kept an eye on what you guys were spending. They didn't say a word. In fact, they contributed. You know what they said? It's about time. So I think you're in a good place. And if we can put up the accomplishments on page 2 and 3 will be the items, and then we'll turn over to the board here for your comments. And so we'll be on page 2 and 3 of the 13-page handout. That last ad hoc, this is the last handout that we gave. We sent out.
Are the staff responses?
That is the,
What do you call the workshop participant? It's one of 13. this group.
Item 3A is after, just after the, section on community input, just after the community input.
They're up there individually if anybody wants me to grab it for them.
So. Item
Page 2 and 3.
2 and 3 on here is something. different.
Oh, okay. It's a, yeah, right, it's of the 13th, yeah.
Please don't go.
Okay, good, thanks.
It's the workshop.
I have one, but somebody, there's my, is it 3C?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking at page 2 and 3. Are we together now? Are everybody good? All right. Would any of the directors like to make any comments on this? We're open for discussion, comments.
What is the outlook you want? Do you want us to high grade these? Just have a chat and feel good?
More a chat. I would go after the items that you feel good about, that what we're trying to accomplish. I think just what you feel best about as a director.
I'll start and, because, hiring a general manager that, has heart and soul into furthering the mission and objectives of this district is the, something, it's gotta carry us a long way. That's a big accomplishment. So, thanks, man.
Thank you guys.
I agree with that. And I also think that we have a fantastic management staff
Yes.
that our general manager has put in place since he's been here. And it feels good knowing that we have competent, exceptionally qualified people leading all of our departments. And under the watch of our exceptionally talented general manager. And I also would like to give an extra big shout out to Miss Dotson, because she is the best administrative assistant that I have ever seen, and all you have to do is think it, and she's got it done. And I think she deserves a shout out for that. Thank you. And I'm not ignoring the rest of you. You're all outstanding at your jobs.
One of the things that I talked with Matthew about early on was my experience with going into an organization as new leadership. And so generally there's like a scattering of the old core. And so I think you've done an excellent job in putting people in place that that have the same values that you do, and you all are just doing an excellent job, and I want to thank you.
I wanted to second that, because I think one thing I've noticed in I've been on the board only for 3 years, but I've been involved with CCSD in some manner or another for much longer than that. And this is the first time I've seen a really harmonious atmosphere especially at the administrative level, which is quite a change from a lot of the drama of the past. And I think it's a tribute to the general manager, and the board also is their professionalism and their, work, kind of their business-like attitude about, what we need to do actually at the district. Kind of, I think it affects how the staff operates too. And everybody's on the same page. We're not fighting internal battles. We're not getting into personality conflicts. So I think that's a big, in some ways it's a group effort that's turned out really well. The new general manager is very much part of that. And the board, I think, is part of that too.
Well, if I could just add, obviously with the last person speaking, everybody else is pretty much covered, but I would have wanted to say, having lived here as long as I have and having witnessed, the condition of the district down through the years between the board, staff, that type of thing. I don't think this district has ever been in any better shape with regard to the quality of people that work here, the quality of people that serve here on the board, the amount of trust that we can basically have in one another, the integrity that I see with the folks that are involved with the district. It's at a much higher point than I can ever remember. And I feel grateful that I've been able to be on the board to witness this transition to a much higher place in all those areas that I just mentioned. And I can only feel hopeful for the future. And, you know, I'll mention some of the challenges that I feel a little bit later on, but I personally feel very hopeful for the future for this district and how it's going to function and operate and serve our community.
May I follow up?
Yes, you.
I feel like I have to follow up. Thank you for all the kind words. I can't say enough about staff. Staff has been one of the most pivotal pieces to this whole thing. And so when I came in, it was a little rocky. You know, there was some opposing agendas and the old guard and some of the ways we had done things in the past, and with some of our newer staff. It's been unbelievable in terms of moving forward in the direction of, like, we want to get things accomplished. And so I'm just gonna go down the line really quickly. David Geary, one of our better hires in the last, if not the best hire in the last 6 to 7 months. He is savvy. He is, he won't stop working, to the point where I have to force him to take time off. He's been able to outfit some of our facilities and resources, being about as frugal can be. That department is financially strapped, and yet he found a way to rehab the entire facilities and resources building down there with a shoestring budget, and did all the work himself, grout, floor, tile, I mean, you name it. He's unbelievable. Tristan has been doing a great job from the program manager side, because as you know, with some of our grants and other things that we're trying to do, I've dumped a lot on his plate to manage, and he's fairly new in his position, so he's taken on a lot. And, you know, I'm sure his nostrils are barely above the water, but we keep piling it on and he keeps taking it, so kudos there. Jim, I mean, what's not to say about Jim in terms of coming in and grabbing it by the horns? You know, when we had our first meeting, I said, we are going to get these things done. You know, how can I help you? From the WRF project description to skate park to bathrooms, to relocation of the EV charging station. We went from a standstill to about redlining on the RPMs, you know, and so Jim's, he's, you know, none of this could be done without the support of staff, and Jim's taken a lot of those projects that have stalled, and I'm supporting the best that I can, and we're running with those things. And so we're gonna get a lot done in the next 6 months that could have been, you know, it's taken years. And then with the chief's taken a fire department that was in a bit of disarray, with some leadership challenges and staff. The staff climate was a little rough, and he's turned that on a dime and has the full support of the fire department. And now we're moving forward with some changes internally to the fire department that have provided some light at the end of the tunnel. So I appreciate all the kind words about myself, but these folks are the ones that made it happen. So thank you. I'm sorry, Denise. I'm sorry, you were hiding. Oh my gosh. Oh, Denise.
You're talking about, and those are the new hires, the new positions.
Right, correct. Yeah, some of the newer folks in those positions. Denise was here already. I'm gonna buy you dinner. I'm sorry. Yeah. But I came in and Denise took in this role of finance, and her nostrils are probably still barely above waterline. But I asked her what she needed, what can I do to facilitate things, and I gave her the freedom to make decisions that previous general managers wouldn't allow. They really kept her on a tight leash about what she could do. I've given her somewhat autonomy of that finance department, and as you know, she's changed our finances, the way that we do in the finance department, extremely in a much more streamlined fashion. We've seen returns on our investments fourfold than what we had in previous years. And so she's the key to a lot of our successes in admin. And lastly, as always, all of our nostrils are barely above water because of Haley Dodson and what she does for this district. Like she's a savant in the area of her work. She might potentially have some psychic abilities because when you need something, it's already done. And I don't know how she does it. And as a district, we would fail without her. Good, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, on the staffing, you know, the new positions on Matt McElhaney's shift, right? And in addition, in utilities, the wastewater and the water superintendent,
Yeah.
and the promoting from within, substantial promotion from within, that is a huge sign of health. Great hiring decisions and the organizational structure changes. It didn't take long to make some great improvements. So I think that's a great accomplishment. And the sense that we wanted to hear from the directors, yeah, you know, but this is, you know, we want to hear from all of the group, like what else you feel proud of. So this is not just the directors coming in. This is, you know, the whole group.
Maybe we can go to the staff and talk about some of your successes and the projects you've done. We've got the progress on the water facility, some of the other infrastructure projects. Anybody like to, Jim, do you have anything?
Sure, I think some of the things that I've been trying for years here that we're getting really close to. We're basically shovel ready for some of these projects. That's the new AMI meter that we're doing. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of grants or anything fun or sexy that we can bring into that. But the data that we're gonna get from this is gonna benefit us all, being able to separate residential from commercial data. A lot of the reports that we're doing, and there's a new one every year, and the ones that were 7 pages a couple years ago are like 70 pages now, and it's all data driven. So as boring as that may sound for everybody, this is really gonna enlighten us a lot with being able to strategically plan for water usage, consumption, where we need to grow our storage and items like that. Another fantastic thing that I've been working on for years, and we about to be awarded funding here in probably the next 3 to 6 months, is our Stewart Street tank renovation, which will be 2 new tanks there at Stewart Street tank. Harry, you know, back in 2017, we spent about 70 grand just piecemealing and repairing these tanks. So it's time to put some really good tanks in there, welded steel that will last for, 30, 40 plus years. And there's some exciting projects like that. That's not the most profound, but they're gonna make a huge impact. And I think we're really kind of changing the community and developing the community, not just the district. And so I think these are huge linchpins for what we need to set our feet down and then move on from.
Definitely. David, you've had a lot of successes. Would you like to share a couple of?
I'll just be honest, being in this department here, just watching the change in the guys and the staff. Stepping up and taking on a little bit more, being more in the public's eye. I know there's a lot of responsibility on our department. I like staying in the background, but I know the background makes a big impact. The collaboration that we have amongst the water and the wastewater and the fire department, everything that we're doing to turn around and make sure that everything's being functional. Like here at the Vets Hall, stuff of that nature. I know it's a slow process, but we are taking big strides. That's one of my big accomplishments that I see every day that I come in. So.
Yeah, I echo what Harry was saying earlier. This was the best year we've had in 25, I think, and you should feel proud. That's good. Does anybody else want to address anything else in your accomplishments here that you'd like to share?
I just want to say one thing. Your last letter, Matthew, that went out, I've had people in the community come to me and go, "Oh my God, what a wonderful leader. What wonderful words." I mean, what you said could be used in many, many different settings and organizations. And I've had more than a half a dozen people talk to me about it. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've had quite a few talk to me with a different view, but.
Yeah.
Oh.
I like the balance. It makes me feel better about it, but yeah, I believe in staff and I believe the adversity that we're facing and, you know, we're in it till the end, so.
If I can, I think one of the other things that has helped us with our community members is that the huge increase in transparency and the information that's being put out there. Matt's every 2-week letter, I mean, he covers everything that the district has been doing and always has a feel-good thing at the beginning. But that and the monthly Meet the GM and now including Meet the Fire Chief gives the public a lot more access to the district and what the district is doing. And I think it really helps in increasing the amount of negativity that we get at the meetings because people understand what it is we're working on. And that's something that's new that came here with our general manager, this increase in communication with the public. And I think that's helped us all a lot.
And in collaboration from staff, because I can't get that information without them. So, you know, a lot of staff members, if you're like, hey, I need you to write me a report on what you've done, their eyes might roll back 16 times, you know, but their willingness to give those updates, you know, on midweek and in addition to everything else, and then allow me to share their work. Kudos to staff.
This it brings out, my saying is you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm in that category. Every time I talk to one of the directors or anybody here saying, I didn't know that. There's a lot I don't know. That's why I stay out on the perimeter, saying I'll go out and I can do this stuff for you. And let somebody else do everything. Anything else you'd like to?
Can I add
Yes,
something?
please.
So one of the reasons why I left a 20-something year career of management at Cal Poly and came here was looking for some strong leadership and just some different leadership. And Matt definitely has come in and I feel like has given us that. And for me, like towards the end of my career, like it's a pleasure working for him and I feel supported and everything else. And as the admin department manager, I really look as the admin department as an internal service provider. And these are my customers right here. And I feel like that is not something that maybe has been at the district before. And together, it's just been a pleasure working with every single one of the managers. And with the mid-level managers, like the water superintendent and the wastewater superintendent, and everyone is really interested in their budget. And we work collaboratively on projects, and it really is a group effort. We're really small and really mighty, I think, to get everything that we've got done. And working with Haley on all of the admin projects. I mean, we work so closely together, and oftentimes we're just taking on things that maybe are outside of our wheelhouse and working together. And so just from when I started to now, it's just been it's a great management team to work together. And so I just wanted to.
And I think that the public responded to that. I think it's a circle. They're saying we do well here. The community backs off. They go do what they need to do. They elect people that come in and lead. And that's what comes back to this board. They've accepted the challenge and they become leaders.
If I could make one comment, because I have a feeling the few people that are observing on Zoom and Mr. Check here in the audience are probably thinking, well, when are you gonna get past the schmoozing?
Yeah.
So I just want to make one comment. And everything else has pretty much been said with regard to staff. And I've made this remark before, but I never know when I'm going to get a text or an email from Matt. It could be 9:30 on a Saturday night. I may hear from Haley in the middle of a Sunday, something like that. I mean, they're on top of it. But I do want to, and I've said this to Jim, and I don't agree on everything. But I wanted to make this comment earlier. One of the things I really appreciate Jim in stepping into the role that he's taken is when we need information, we're at a board meeting and we need information. And perhaps it's just something spontaneous that comes up. Jim's totally on top of it. He gives us what we need to hear, no hesitation. And it's just a really good feeling to know someone is in that role that we can really depend on at a moment's notice. We need, like I said, need feedback, information, some quality understanding of what's taking place in a particular issue, that type of thing. So thank you, Chip.
I'd just like to echo everything that everybody has said already, so I'll keep it nice and short. I'll be here longer, way longer than 3 o'clock if I were to talk about everybody here. So the only thing I will say is that we've made some amazing changes in the fire department, and I'm excited to see what's still to come. We still have a lot of challenges. But any accomplishment that's been made they're not my accomplishment, they're our accomplishments. And so there's no way one person can do all of this. And I just want to recognize the team.
I think, Karen, did you have?
I just wanted to say, if you look at the responses on these 2 pages from the board and the staff, you can see that we all feel like a lot of progress has been made, especially in this past year, in this past few months. And this feels good knowing that we're moving forward on so many projects and actually getting things done that have been stalled for so long. And I think our staff should be very proud of themselves
And this is after.
and know they're appreciated.
We'll be building off of success. And it's one of those things, success, we get success. Next year's going to be even better. So is there anything else we need to move on?
I want to make one more comment.
Sure.
Sorry.
It's all right.
It's this board, having observed many board presidents, Karen Dean, from my humble estimation, is the best board president I've ever seen in this district. With how hard she worked, how dedicated she was to running a meeting, and all the information that she provided, going out to various functions and learning more about how to be a good board president and just be a good director. The 2 newest directors have turned this board around. They've contributed so much. And, Tom, as he mentioned, and Tom and I, we don't agree on a lot, but we have worked together. And this is a really awesome board. And I know a lot of people out there in the public, they still quarrel about, well, why don't they get more done? You don't know how challenging it is sometimes to get the things done that need to get done. And I have nothing but the highest regard for the people on the board. And I hope that ultimately the members of the community feel the same way that I do. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to number 6, which is the current internal strengths of the CCSD. That will be 4 and 5 of the pages 4 and 5 of your package. And the internal strengths, they broke down in the category CCSD has a strong leadership and knowledgeable, competent management staff and personnel. The board of directors functions well with staff and community and among themselves. Strides are being made to improve the district finances. Standing committees engage the citizens' help to assist staff. Improvement is seen with communications and relationships. And then he had additional input. So we've covered some of the items on the leadership and everything. So if you'd like, we'll open this up to anybody that'd like to make comments on those categories.
Yeah, the good news is in our discussion of accomplishments, we've really talked about
Yes, we
almost
did.
everything.
We did.
Covered this, yeah.
There's a reason you have the accomplishment,
Oh,
because of the internal strengths.
But boy, what a foundation we have,
Amen.
with these strengths. What a foundation. And, I'm bloody excited about what's to come.
So
I think one of the internal strengths, which had some growing pains, was the new board and their desire to know more as we were writing staff reports, and we were being taught a lesson from the staff's perspective that was, I'll say a little uncomfortable, because there was more and more information and more scrutiny on the staff reports, which wasn't bad. It's tough from the staff level to sometimes to get called out on some of those things, and you know, you have to come back to the drawing board, okay, we gotta do a better job of making it clear. Sometimes from a staff perspective, it makes sense to us. You know, but we do understand this is a public document and the board makes these policy decisions, and so I think pressure that was applied by the board on some of the staff reports, our ability to change direction and to adjust and to acquiesce to a certain extent has only helped us in getting things through the board, if that makes sense. So I think in the past, maybe staff's inability to be flexible on some of that information, I think by doing a better job of staff reports, having our boardwalks and the board being fully aware of the things that are coming through, also through the subcommittees, we've met very little resistance on getting projects or things through the board, if that makes sense. I haven't had things come to the board where it just flat out shut down. You know, a couple things got moved back to get readjusted, but overall, I think the sense is that when staff has things well vetted through the board, then the board keeps things moving. So the board is one of our internal strengths in terms of that communication.
Yeah, a year ago, you know, the routine, I would get a board agenda packet on Friday. And 187 pages, 250 pages, and going through, reading every bloody page. And not only was it rife with errors, so I'm like, okay, what's the purpose of this? And we've got to get it right in the first place. And then what are the greater implications? And there's a huge decision to be made. Oh, it's like it's already been made. What, you know, why haven't we been seeing this for some time? And it was always this, like, spring it on me. Now we get a heads up a month in advance, and more than a month in advance on what's coming on the agenda on those key issues. Gives us plenty of opportunity to communicate. This is what we need to see. You know, to some extent, we can see the preliminaries so that we can shape these and so that they provide us the information we need so we can make good decisions. I mean, it's sort of like, yes, we were mushrooms in the dark and now we've got some daylight. So
we call it our Michael Thomas litmus test. How we get that report through. So
I appreciate that.
Once we get through that test, then we've got to rework it.
My peer review history.
Yeah.
I just have a comment to make on one item here, which is actually something that, again, it's both an accomplishment, but also a current strength, and it's an ongoing thing. It's in the improvement with communication relationships, improve relationships with regulatory agencies. Again, my experience, involvement with the CCSD on the outside and the inside, I've seen, I mean, we're making a real effort, and it's paying off gradually to actually keep, like, the Coastal Commission in the loop. We're not just, you know, we're not trying to avoid, you know, dealing with them, and the county too. I mean, we're collaborative, more collaborative in our process. I'm speaking mainly of the WRF, but I think the principle we're working on now is more to get, when we, for instance, making the project description finalized finally, not just to sort of throw it at them and see what they do, but to find out what would work with them, and it's the county in particular right now, and then come up with a product that won't be problematic. That is different from the way the district used to operate. And I think we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it works because we're not sure exactly about the results, but I do think it's a more healthy process and less suspicion and you know, defensiveness, and more a sense of, well, let's make this work attitude is healthy. And so it's a strength, and it's an emerging strength, and we'll see how it goes. But I'll point that out in particular.
Gee, please do.
Staff's done a great job. We reached out to the Coastal Commission. There was an adversarial relationship. We just opened the door and said, okay, we're gonna try something new, because obviously this isn't working. You know, what do we need to do to get it through at your level? Again, with the county, so we had county and coastal in the same room at one point. Coastal Commission kind of said, okay, here are our thoughts. We need to do something in this area. County agreed. They said, hey, work with the county first, get through that process. I just recently sent our most updated draft project description, not final draft, to the Coastal Commission to review. They're taking a look at it and they're gonna get us some feedback here in the next few weeks. We already know kind of the feedback that we've gotten from the county, but Coastal Commission may have some more input on that, and then we'll bring it back to the ad hoc committee, who's done a great job working with us, and so. Yeah, a change in philosophy on how we do things, so.
And I think we need to thank our new general manager for that, because one of the first things he did when he came on is reach out to the Coastal Commission and to the county and introduce himself and expressed a desire to work together with them. And Jim Green and Tristan Reaper as well, through this updating the CDP process, have talked to them too. And it's a work in progress, but we have to thank the general manager to begin with for one of the first things he did coming on was reaching out to these agencies and expressing a desire to work together. And that's made a big difference.
And that's one of the approaches we use at UPS, you always reach out, if you're there, the letter, the meet and greet, and saying, I got a target on my back, come talk to me.
Yeah.
And as each time he goes, he'll get better, or you'll say, I'll need this the next time I go. And what happens, you just get better as a group. But he's doing the right things. Yes, David.
I think one of the strengths of this group is this process we're doing today. Having strategic plan, having goals and objectives that you keep track of is really important. That, you know, when I first got on the board, there were no such thing. And you guys are doing a great job of keeping track of them. And today we need to make sure that goals and objectives are really what we want as a community and as a CCFD board. And this, you know, the staff's job is they've got to execute. And they need to speak up and say, we can't do that, or that date can't happen, you know. Chief Berkey's got to say, I can't do that in 2 months. That's gonna take 2 years, okay? But to make it a real living plan and goals and objectives that we can get done.
Right. And I think what Dave was talking about was the same thing that Amanda Rice was talking about. And what happens when you don't have a plan, what happens here? You get one board that says, I want to go here. This is the direction we go. We have an election, and all of a sudden it changes, and we say, we're gonna go this way. And then we have another election, we come around and say, we're gonna go here. We have another election, we're gonna go here. Guess what? You're not gonna go anywhere. You're on the merry-go-round, nothing happens, you can't get on. The thing that the plan does says, and this is what we did, I said with the water facilities, he said, we're gonna fix it. The community, put other people said, we're gonna fix this problem. Once we have the direction and we're working together as a board, guess what? If we work together, we can make things happen. And this is what Dave was talking about. We got nowhere. We went through 20-some years of this. It got hostile. It was ugly. Good point, David. Thank you.
Yeah.
I had an exercise. I worked on that.
I think, I don't want to take too much time, but on that note, on that chart there, the key element of that is a staff that is stable and respected and consistently on a mission, for more than the next 2 years. Every 2 years is a new board, but that new board has to see a staff that is doing, if they don't want to change things, and the board does not want to say, let's just go over and tell everybody to do something different or change the staff or whatever. There's got to be the sense that the staff is a strong staff that is carrying the ball, you know, between boards.
And this comes again, and what I mentioned it last week at the meeting, that at UPS, we always had a working, updated 5-year plan and 10-year plan. And that takes care of that problem. We're saying, I know what I'm gonna do. I need to look for 5 years. We get decisions 10 years down the road. Infrastructure, we get 20, 25 years down the road. But the longer you go out on your plan, the more stability you have. Because what happens is, I think I want to use the example, if you have this plan, Tom's gonna be an engineer, he's driving the book in this way, comes December 7th. Debbie's gonna take over. She knows the path, and we feel about it. We don't have to sit back and say, what are we gonna do next year? We don't change. The staff knows what happens. And we basically, here you got the community. You like 5 board members. And then we have the staff. We're all in sync. Everything goes. It all comes through the plan. And you saw the results when you had the plan. Weaknesses, oh, you work on you. We build on your strengths and, then work on.
The way that we're doing it now is such a vast improvement.
Yes.
Over years ago, when I first started paying attention to the district, we'd have a board that would sit up there. Oh, we need to have goals for this year. Well, I like this idea, I like this idea, and I like this idea, and then nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. So when we started doing these strategic plan workshops, which was what, 2021, I think, it was such a big improvement.
Yes.
Such a big improvement, and it keeps us more on track.
Anything else that anybody want to make on your strengths? If not, let's move into number 7, which is the current internal weaknesses. Yeah, 6 and 7. Many ongoing infrastructure needs, general fund revenue constraints, water reclamation facility and water supply challenges. Fire department updates are needed, and administration and personnel and others, but I open it up to the group here. Anybody like that?
I'll kick it off with, because Jim and I talk a lot about this, and Denise. So Denise and I have been working closely together from the financial perspective, the budget, our underfunded facilities and resources department, in addition to ad hoc committees that are looking at additional funding sources. We're trying to fix some inefficiencies from the admin side where we've done a lot of outsourcing of contracts for things that can be done by staff in the district. It's hard to see the fruits of our labor there. I tease David a lot. But David does so much now that used to be done by contractors, so we're minimizing it all at every opportunity to contract out for work that our staff can do. And so David's been doing a great job on that, but we won't really see that in terms of a fiscal year budget. We won't see the fruits of our labor there for a little while. So it's kind of hard to see how we're doing in those areas other than, seeing how many contracts are going out each year. But as far as our internal strengths, weaknesses, I know Jim and I are really concerned about the aging infrastructure. We just have this ongoing, as one of our former superintendents used to say, planned emergencies. We know the emergencies are coming, and it's going to keep coming until we take a look at how we do business as far as our aging infrastructure. And that goes for our facility, our F&R department too, with the vets hall. These floors are less than attractive, and need some work and some other updating in the area. So, and I'll turn it over to Jim, because he'll speak more to the aging infrastructure, but that's a serious concern from our side. And with 20 years of no rate increases, and now we're trying to do the catch up on that end politically, it's a difficult conversation to have with the public, because obviously we need 218 or rate adjustment. Is not popular in any form or fashion, but again, as a district who has limited ability to raise revenue, those are concerns about our aging infrastructure. And I'll give it to Jim for.
Yeah. I think the biggest place where that's evident is in our wastewater department. Water fortunately is a little bit more blessed with, not surplus funds, but we've kind of been attacking that for the last 5 to 6 years. And you see how we're chewing away at the meters and the tanks and that so forth. But the wastewater is where our true areas of improvement lie. Obviously, we know our SST program is going on at the plant. That'll begin as soon as we get through this wet season, and we can start getting underground and doing some of those work and installations. Our lift stations are now our big kind of vulnerability. I mean, we have 9 of them. One of them's in the flood zone, a 100-year flood zone that's been flooded 2 times in the last 3 years. So we know there's some other areas for improvement there, and that's really kind of my focus is to spend a little bit more time on the wastewater side and really get them back on the bar and get them back up to where they need to be. So when we have these huge storm events, we're not scrambling around, 6 of us for 24 hours trying to make up for things that should be operating a little bit more efficiently and effectively.
I have this kind of love-hate relationship with the consultants, hiring the consultants and what that means, financially. So one of the things that would be helpful for me, because I know I read a lot of things about, we don't have people who have the expertise, so we have to get consultants and all that. But I do think that perhaps the consultants are a way to actually save money. Because it gets done right and we can hold them to a contract. So I have this love-hate relationship with consultants. So I think one of the things that would be helpful for me would be maybe to do a cost analysis as part of the staff report. About why do we have to do this? Just tell us why.
Along the lines of the consultants, sometimes it's really helpful to have an outside set of eyes.
Right.
Look at something and give us advice,
Yeah.
because sometimes I think we're too close to an issue and we're having trouble resolving it, like the CDP project description. And if you have an expert who's outside, that's non-biased, but has knowledge of these things, sometimes it's helpful to get their input.
Right.
Like having Dick be our facilitator here. He's totally objective. He's not part of staff or the board. And he sees what's going on from the outside, but he's got a lot of experience with doing the strategic planning. What we're doing with the CDP project description, we've hired a consultant who's an expert on these types of things. And it's made a big difference, I think, in our work on the project description. So sometimes it's really a benefit to hire a consultant just to get an objective analysis of what we're doing.
Yeah, that's why that love-hate relationship is
Yeah.
like, it's
We
like.
can put it in context in the staff report,
Okay.
a lot of these consultants that we have hired, the CDP, and then we're gonna be hiring another consultant to help with our tribal, land consultations for the skate park. It's already been budgeted, but we need help. We have a consultant that needs to go out and do all the detailed research in that. And with staff, we just don't, that's just not our field of expertise. And so, we can do a better job of explaining it in the staff report. Most of our consultant agreements are fairly on the low end, and they're for very narrow, specific topics that those folks specialize in, like the CDP. But I'm sure we can clean that up.
Yeah, and you get a lot of heat for that, and it's good
Yes.
to make that point that, like, what, are we gonna hire a hydrologist? Are we gonna hire a tank installation department? Like, no way on earth, no, each, the district has such a wide range of responsibilities, and there's so many areas of expertise, and those, you look at what makes sense to hire in-house, and everything else, that especially the areas of expertise have to be, consulted out. We have to be judicious about it, but,
I think we're a small government, small staff. And it's gonna pick up on Michael's point, we've been going now for quite a while without an engineer on staff. And I don't see any real need to have an engineer on staff, because when we have major projects that require engineering, that they're part of they're hired anyway. And we have, minor, smaller work. We have local sources. We have an engineer in town, for instance, who will do that. But I want to make a comment, a broad comment about this list, because it seems to be the theme here is, and it's along the lines of, again, money, but aging infrastructure, insufficient general fund revenue, meet long-term goals, fire department updates needed. It's the theme here. Almost most of these weaknesses are fiscal and long-term fiscal. We're currently, except the general fund is in the structural deficit, which is a problem. The enterprise funds seem to be, short term are okay, but we talk about all the things that we know are going to happen over the next 10 years or so, and even further out. We're not really making provision for those. We haven't really done an analysis and a 10-year plan, getting back to what Dick is saying. We don't have in our fiscal planning, we don't go out 10 years in a really serious way as to what we're gonna need to do with infrastructure in particular, but generally. And I think, and also we have plans and we have goals. Might talk about this a little bit, talk about recreation parks on the mission statement. We have stated goals and stated missions, which we're not funding. And that's that one in particular. What do we do about that? So the long-term shortfall in revenues, except maybe this WRF, which gets a lot of money from water rates, but otherwise, everything else is probably underfunded long-term. We have to deal with that somehow.
Yeah, and that's my biggest concern. I mean, what was it, the highest inflow was what, close to 3 million gallons per day? Was it, a year ago? And designed for a million at the wastewater treatment plant. The inflow and infiltration is a clue that we're gonna have some major expenditures in our wastewater, in our water gathering system. And you pair that with, again, a year ago, the strategic planning process, we did our report, the 6-month objectives, and facilitator of prior workshops. No, you can only offer objectives that can be accomplished in the next 6 months. You want to pull your hair out.
That's an operating plan, that's not.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the concept of a 10-year plan. I mean, you really want to be that narrow? In other words, to me, 10 years is next week in terms of the lifetime of this district.
Yeah.
So, we need a generational plan. So something that looks at 20 years and what is it we need to do on each of the systems in the next 2 or 3 decades? And based on that, and all we know is that whatever we think is going to cost will be wrong, and it will be more, and other things will go wrong.
It'll be more.
Less things never go wrong, and that will drive our reserves. And it's gonna be not easy, but we get those things in sight and we work towards those. And not sure how we revise our system. I mean, we're calling this a three-year strategic plan, but we really need that 20-year review.
I think.
And a better combination of, like, we're doing this sort of like, kind of be very clear how this links and connects with the CIP list. So right now, it's not that closely linked, and it needs to be.
I think what the professional strategic planning facilitator that we hired to begin with, what she had in mind was, if you did it for 6-month objectives, then you would have a feeling that you accomplished something. She did it in baby steps, just a little bit at a time towards that goal. Rather than looking at it long-term, it was like, here's your 6-month step. If you
That's
accomplish
good
that.
for college, okay?
Yeah.
But not for.
But we're running a business here.
Yeah.
And we
well, I
have more
think
than
it
6
wasn't
months.
good.
Yeah.
Also, it's a public entity,
Right.
and things do not happen fast.
Yeah.
The deliberation, the consideration, all the things that have to be done to actually make a decision in anything. Getting the public input, which is all we need to be doing, it slows things down. I mean, in some ways, there's a reason for that. We don't make quick mistakes. I mean, we don't quickly rush into things, but the 6 months, nothing much happens in 6 months, even if it's high priority. So I think the best summary comment was in other input. I don't know who said this, but because is what other directors are saying, we are kind of trying to get out of this short-term mode of thinking. And it says, although there's an improved strategic planning process in place, the district remains somewhat hampered by a short-term focus. Resolving the major district challenges will require long-term thinking and strategic planning. I think that sums it up really well. I don't know whoever said that.
Probably him.
I think it was him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Denise, did you have anything from before we?
Yeah, I was, about the outsourcing of stuff, I just wanted to say, I think it is, and you all touched on it, it's a balancing act, right? Of great, it's great that David has been able to come in and kind of bring things home and see, but he's a team of three.
Yeah.
So there's that point also of, even though if our capabilities are there, that certain things need, just to keep staff, we're trying to retain staff and not drive them out by dumping all of this on them. And so I think that we're seeing that. And so it's been improved also by better communication and listening by the general manager, as far as I think we can go to him and say, okay, this is all great, but this, like project management, I think is one of those things that's rising to the top of that. We might not that our staff are not capable, but either it's maybe not their expertise or they have the capacity on their plate. And so, but like you said, Deborah, us being able to articulate that and communicate that in a staff report of why we are strategically choosing to outsource this function. As far as the infrastructure, I think I've been having a lot of conversations too through the finance committee and the reserve policy update and such about the need. What I don't see is us looking at our CIP needs and any sort of long-term discussion. And then you also have to match that up with our financial projections so the board can make informed decisions. And so I've had a lot of side conversations with different people about trying to work on a presentation that we can kind of adopt into our regular presenting so that you can have all of the information when you're approving projects and when you're approving the CIP list, because something we may really want to do, what I'm seeing now is we're looking at, again, it's more that operational focus. We can make the debt service payments for this project operationally, but not really long-term, that we also have 10 projects coming down the pipeline. So how are we going to manage it as a whole? And typically I like to do these presentations for like a 30-year, because most of like your long-term, the longest of your longest debt service payment, which I think for the SST projects is like a 30-year. So, of course you're estimating that far out, but at least allows you to visually see what it is that you're planning. And because making your decision to support this project might push this other project out or vice versa, or really have to think creatively and be able to then express to the community why we have to go for a 218. And what the results of not having that funding could be, which could be parts of the plant failing or, those other things. So you can't really have that conversation without matching it up with the financial information at the same time.
Yeah.
And so that is a hole that I think we need to fix.
Good point. Yes, Dave.
Something for your future list.
Okay.
You might want to look at, what is the true cost of an employee?
Yes.
Yeah.
That helps you make a decision whether you should hire someone or whether you should outsource that.
Yeah, that's part of that cost analysis.
Yes, true cost of an employee, you can make a formula that you put in an $80,000 salaried employee costs really this much.
Yeah.
Well, you have all those legacy costs,
Yeah.
Pensions.
Any other input on this? Are we ready to move on to the next item? All right.
Can I make one comment?
Yes, sir. Please do.
With regard to the SST program, I don't know for how many years, decades, the needs, especially the wastewater plant and water, addressing the issues of water, whether it was, finding a way to have a reservoir that was like totally ignored. Upgrading the water tanks, which was basically totally ignored in the past when it was obvious that we could have gone in the direction of both of those things that I just said and been much more successful um, than we are right now. That's been very troubling, and it's, even though this process is moving very slowly with regard to the improvements at the wastewater plant, at least we are going in that direction. We have the funding now to do it. I feel a little badly for the ratepayers of the community that this is on the horizon for us, but it is getting done, and I'm grateful for that. There's one other thing I wanted to mention. One of the reasons that we're in the dilemma that we're in right now financially with regard to the needs of infrastructure, and I think I might have already said this, so excuse me, is that it was ignored for so long by previous boards, previous general managers. And now we're kind of getting the brunt of all of that. Why haven't these things been done in the past? And why is it taking so long for them to get done now? And I just, sometimes I get really disheartened and frustrated by it all. Looking back at what should have been done that wasn't done, and things that were done that didn't need to be done, and I don't want to necessarily start getting into that. I just hope that the members of our community, and I know they often talk about what another consultant, and there's times when I just in total agreement with them. But we are moving forward, doing the best we can, especially addressing these issues with regard to infrastructure. And I just hope that somehow we're able to financially get things done and as productively as possible. And I just hope that the members of our community understand the dilemma that we're in, and that we're doing the best we can to address these problems that exist with regard to infrastructure. That's what I have to say.
All right, let's move on to positive external factors that might have a positive impact. It'll be pages 8 and 9 in the packet. And they were categorized in areas of advances in water reclamation technology may enable the district to operate the water reclamation facility to enhance our water supply. Recent above average rainfall has fully recharged the aquifers, giving the district a temporary break from drought conditions. Grant funding opportunities may enable completion of underfunded projects, growing trust within the community, improving relationships with the county and coastal commissions and other state officials, and then other input. And we'll open it to the group. Comments, thoughts?
Yeah, odds are, the folks are thinking, let's get to the external factors that are likely to hammer us and plan for that. Yes.
Right.
This is great. We're aware of it. Thank goodness.
Right.
We've got wind in our sails and
Well said. If no one has anything to comment, we're gonna go to the next one then. We'll be going to the external factors that have a negative impact, and they'll be pages 10 and 11 in the packet. And these categories were increased frequency and severity of storms and droughts resulting from global warming, lack of adequate housing, especially for low and moderate income residents and workers, rising costs amplified by higher costs in Cambria, put pressure on residents and create staffing challenges for the district and local businesses, budget shortfalls in the county and state level, coastal commission, wildfire risk, declining population, and other. We're open to the group. Any thoughts?
I think it's hilarious that the title is negative external factors and one section is just coastal commission.
Well, I'm surprised no one takes 3 dots.
I know.
I'm surprised it's not longer.
Yeah.
And I don't mind the graying population. I don't think it's negative, but yes, we need young families here too, but.
They're not coming.
Yeah, I know, but we pointed out the graying.
Right.
Yeah, Well, well, just one thing, I think that the adequate housing, especially for low and moderate income residents and workers, does have an effect on us because the ability of people who work here to live here is impaired, by the cost of housing. There's no doubt about that. And it's always better to have, well, from both our standpoint, to have people here who are kind of part of the community, from their standpoint, to be close to where they work. It's mutually beneficial, and it's a California problem, not just us. Most of these things they're external, not totally, we don't have totally a role in it, but, the scarcity of housing, which ties into the scarcity of construction here, part of the problem is going to be an issue, maybe the biggest economic issue for our budgets in a way going forward. And because the difficulty of getting staff, at a reasonable rate. Then the coastal commission, I was amused by that too, but there's a long fraught history with the coastal commission here, as you know, as you all know.
Yeah.
And I think we're working on that, but coastal commission here really is City Hall. And they're the ultimate arbiter of land use here, our projects, anything. If it's not directly under the purview, it'll get appealed to them.
Yeah.
So our relationship with them is very, very important. And I think it's improving, but there are attitudes, and I'll say the attitudes in the coastal commission side amongst some staffers that are not always helpful to us. I'll say that. And we need to work on that. It's still on the whole, probably a negative and getting better.
Yeah,
That's my take.
I think low income and affordable housing definitely is a deficit here when it comes to retaining employees.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to bring in the affordable housing people and ask them if they're gonna do anything, and if they're not, take their damn their will serve away and give it to somebody who will do a project.
Talking about, people self-help, right?
Yeah.
The project down
I
at
mean,
middle school, yeah.
gave them the letter long ago.
Yeah,
They've
They
done
got,
nothing.
they got the
They've
coastal
already
commission's
gone
green light
through the-
too. They
yeah.
got the coastal commission's green light, so they're
Yeah.
sitting on it.
It's just they're waiting for funding. They did
Well,
go through the coastal commission.
They've built 3 other projects in San Luis Obispo County since then.
Yeah.
So they're focusing on Cambria for some reason, so maybe you could ask them.
Well, maybe we
They're on
need to.
they're on the agenda. Are they coming when they're on the agenda?
Oh, I mean, people self-help.
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing allotment, yeah, that's
Yes.
the allotment. That actually is in addition to the people self-help project. That dates back to, I think, before the 2011 or something like that. That was it's a long-term project, and we have those additional allotments. No one's taking them.
Yeah.
And of course, there's this issue of, it ties into the WRF. Do we have the water to serve those positions? We haven't sorted that out yet.
Right.
Coastal Commission and County, but yeah, there's an additional 56 positions.
We've always in the past had a time limit for these intent to serve for these types of
Right.
projects.
Yeah.
So perhaps we need to bring them back here and find out exactly what their plan is, the people self-help housing, because it has been a while since we gave them the go-ahead. And I think they should have a time limit.
I think you should. All their plans have been approved.
Uh-huh.
Their planning portion of the permitting is done. We've signed off on everything internally, so.
Coastal
yeah.
Commission signed off.
Both
Everybody
Coastal
Yeah,
signed
so
off.
we need to find out where they are.
They need to get a shovel going.
They need
Yeah.
to,
What the
do
hell?
their thing or get off
What
the
the hell?
phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to touch base on the
Yeah.
coastal commission piece, and Jim reminded me there was 2 additions, remodels that went before the coastal commission on appeal that had to do with installing it was washer and dryer and a restroom and above.
It was a square footage upgrade, which included some fixtures.
And so both of
And
those were
that-
appealed to the coastal commission, and I watched that meeting, and Devin Jackson and maybe it was Kevin Kahn, I can't remember. But they made comments about it, staff supported the remodel. And it went to the coastal commission board for discussion, and they talked out loud about our willingness to work with them, that we've been reaching out to them, that we stopped issuing intent to serve letters. You know, so that climate is changing a little bit at their level. You know, obviously we have some more work to do, but I think, that this may have been an external negative, factor. But I think that might be changing. But as President Gray states, you know, they really are. You have to get through them if you want things to be done, so you have to play ball, so to speak. And so we haven't been for a really long time. And we kind of did things that they told us not to do. We've done things that we haven't done things that they told us to do in terms of mitigation. And so, we're working towards it, but the culture on the board, they kind of acknowledge like, hey, they're working with us. They've reached out, they've talked to us. I know Jim's done his part, Tristan, you know, we're reaching out to him again on the project description. So I think that, that external negative factor may be turning a little bit. The other piece I wanted to talk about, and Chief can touch base on it, is the wildfire risk. You know, that's one thing that is just a wicked problem. We have limited resources in the district. We have limited exit routes. We have the thing that makes Cambria great, with the pines by the sea and things like that. That's great. But the ones that are dying, or the threat of wildfire if we go through a drought, those things that we love are also the things that may kill people if you were to get a wildland fire that gets into the trees, what we call a crown fire, and it starts running. You know, so those are all things that that keep me up at night, so to speak. And I know, you know, President Gray and Director Dean have been working on these evacuation route plannings, and we've run into some roadblocks there. So that's definitely an external threat that I don't think there's many arguments about it. Right? There's no pro and for, or pro and con side, or opposing sides to that.
We do have, folks, some to some extent saying, well, look, there's plenty of water, let's start building. And if we start building, then the evacuation,
right,
becomes even more challenging. And so these things are so interrelated.
Well, especially when you stop and think that almost 500 of the properties that are on the wait list are in that area that is such a high risk for evacuation. Up on Lodge Hill, down through Cambria Pines, through Marine Terrace, and we only have one way out. And that's why we have been working so hard to try and get that extra evacuation route. It's because right now you're looking at 4.5 hours to get everybody out to Highway 1. Picture 500 more families trying to get out that same way. So we need to do something about it.
And this is getting back to the Coast Commission. You know, I don't want to get into a lot of details, but we're going to, because that route is on the coast, and we're going to need the Coast Commission's cooperation and help in getting that through. We're going to have to deal with them and work something out. So if we lived about 10 miles to the east, Coast Commission would be a factor, but we're right on the coast. And they're in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And David,
they have their charter.
Yeah.
And they're trying to live to their charter.
Yeah, and they have.
and David, in his fire safe focus role, has also been looking at the issues with fire insurance. And I've had a neighbor tell me that the reason her insurance was canceled was because of the lack of evacuation route from that area. So
yeah. So Haley, myself, the fire chief, David Pearson, and
Jeff
Wilson, sorry. They came to us about that fire insurance issue, and so we worked collaboratively. They helped design some of the key points, and so Haley is going to share it right now. We created a whole webpage on the website for everything fire insurance, where you can go.
oh, great.
If something, so we've got clips of different areas, United Policyholders website, where to find a new insurer, broker for a fair plan, if your insurance has been terminated. I mean, almost a guide on, if this is happening to you, go here. If this is happening to you, go here. And that's all on the website. So that's one of the things that we've just recently updated.
That's good, yeah.
Another area, I'd like to add a little bit to is the declining population. I think that's a bigger issue than just declining the population, because engagement in your doings and engagement, period, in the community has gone down. It's gone down because there are a lot more, vacant housing, okay? The 2000 census had vacant housing at 25%. 2020 had it at 33%. It's a huge increase. Now, some of those houses are used for vacation rentals, whether they're licensed or not. Okay, so there are people here. Those people aren't engaged in the community. And that's what we're really starting to see, especially in volunteer organizations. There's less and less engagement. I mean, there's a lot of people that have retired here and said, hey, I'm retired. I ain't doing it. Those people need to understand that they are part of this community and need to be engaged. I think that the communication from the general manager has done some. I think that's going to be something that really needs more and more focus, is communicating and getting the rest of the community engaged in what you're doing and then what the community is.
So, yeah, that's a good point.
One of the best ways to
It's a
have people
really-
engaged is more of the people who work here, living here, you know, and having, you know, you can have more families and such.
If I
Yeah,
could,
there's less, you know, 200 less children
Right.
than there were back
Yeah.
then too.
if I could make a point, excuse me, Tom.
That's good.
Going back to, housing in this community. I'm sorry I didn't address it when it was more the topic a few minutes ago. So when I first moved here, I lived in a place called Illegal Duplex. It's a house that was, had 2 bedrooms, but they made one of the bedrooms a separate unit. I lived there for about 4 years. That unit still exists, but it's about 6 times the rent that it was when I lived there. The second place, I'm a renter. I believe the only renter at this table. So I speak for a different group of people here. So the second place I lived was a small 3-bedroom, and there was usually 2 or 3 of us living there. That place still exists, but it's now a place where one person lives, the owner. The third place that I lived for 29 years, there was a real nice house in front, and about half that time, it was a rental, and I lived in probably the nicest studio in Cambria over the garage in the back. Well, that place was recently sold, and the new owners who paid cash for it, over $1 million, they're there maybe one weekend every 6 months. Neither of those 2 really nice affordable rentals exist anymore. This is what's happening in our community. I just recently spent a year living at 3 different vacation rentals on Park Hill while I was trying to find a place to live. I was blessed with those opportunities. But in walking around Park Hill, I would have to say at least 50% of the homes on Park Hill are not lived in. Many of them are vacation rentals. I saw some houses in the entire year I was there, and I walked every street many times. There was never anybody there. Now, people that own homes, obviously, they have the right to do anything that they wish with them. However, what I'm saying is, people that don't live here have decided that with their structures, with all these vacation rentals, it's about making money, making as much money as they can. And these are people that don't live here, yet they're in a very negative way affecting the social fabric of this community. They could just as easily have long-term rentals there. Maybe they're not making quite as much money, but it would certainly make it a lot easier for those of us that do rent and will always be renting. It's a struggle out there. I know people that are looking for a place to live in this town, but that work here and can't find it. I know this isn't anything that the board can address or the district can address, but it's a major problem out there. And like I say, it troubles me, and maybe I've just got a attitude that needs some cleaning up. But it does trouble me deeply that people that own property here are motivated by their own financial self-interest. And as a result, they're doing serious harm to the overall well-being of the community.
You're right, and it's gonna get worse.
I don't know whether it's going to get worse, but it appears that it has been getting more and more problematic.
I think one of the things that came out 12, 15 years ago was a study, I think the county did, I've been looking for it, that this county is heading toward upscale retirees and students. We're at 262,000 people in the county. We're one of the higher market. We're going to be like Carmel pretty soon. People with money are coming here, and they're going to drive everything up. It's just going to be a fact of life. We got to adjust somehow. We run into the same problems in the nonprofits of finding volunteers, because everybody that we've joined this, Harry and I are in a group that's called the Silent Generation. It's from people that were born from 1928 to 1945. I'm the youngest in that group, and I'll be 80 next year. Everybody that we were friends with 25 years ago, when I came here when I was 54, either are gone, they're just not here, and they were the volunteers. This was the generation that volunteered. And the baby boomers that are coming in, they're not replacing them. Karen, did you have a point?
Yeah, I just wanted to address the decrease in the population, and that's, some of that I think is, we had this real estate boom and people were buying, the expensive homes and stuff, and then not living here. Most of the houses around me that have sold during the past few years, that sold for $1 million or more, those people show up once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks, like Harry said. They're not counted in the census.
Right.
If they buy the house and they use it for a vacation rental, no one's living there. It's not counted in the census.
Houses,
The houses.
the houses,
It's 200.
the houses count. Okay, they count the houses.
Right.
Yeah, but they also count how many people are in the houses, and that's what part of the census is.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying, that affects the population they're counting. There's also families that don't want to respond to the census because they're afraid to. So that's had an effect on it too. But I think a lot of it is these homes where, we owned our house for 10 years before we moved here, like almost 20 years. We weren't counted in the census, so that does affect the population.
I think, the census number is full-time residents,
Mhm.
and then everything else is called vacant. And I think what Dave was talking about, part of that is rented out, vacation rentals.
Or part-time.
And the rest of it's part-time, and most of it's part-time. And the proportion of part-time is increasing
Mhm.
vis-a-vis full-time. I guess the question I have, how do we adjust to this? Because as Harry was saying so eloquently, there's a trend towards rentals going away, which makes it makes it hard to hire here too.
Yes, it's going to get
Matt
worse.
was telling me this the other day. What kind of adjustments do we make? How do we deal with it? Because we really don't have control over what gets rented and what doesn't get rented. And the county may have some say in that, but we don't. And so what do we do? I guess that's a big question.
Yeah, there could be some effort put together to figure out what changes we would want the county to make that would stop that trend and potentially reverse that trend. Don't know what those would be, but if we're going to influence the county, we have to figure out what direction we would go. That's an opportunity.
I mean, I guess we also have again, it's a coastal commission issue with ADUs, but ADUs are meant to be a solution, a partial solution to this problem of affordable rentals. And at this point, I think we're in the Los Osos and us, and we are excluded from the ADU permission, I think, right? And county, of course, wants to have ADUs. I mean, it's part of the state very much wants to have ADUs, so we might find a way to be be able to do it ourselves. And through our, working it out with, again, with the coastal commission, part of the WRF process. But that would be obviously something that we could do, because there's places for them.
I'm still seeing people though converting their garages to ADU type rental places. And people, the county does allow people to build granny units, and I noticed that people have been renting those out,
And
even
granny,
though it's
yeah.
a violation.
Yeah, because if you don't have a kitchen, it's not really
Yeah,
supposed to be rented out separately, right?
yeah, right.
But
Yeah, we talked about it with staff, on a sort of unrelated topic about vehicle usage. But I had a meeting with the water and wastewater staff and had all the guys come in and kind of just talk to me about some of these things. And, one of the things they really did bring up was, they moved to Templeton or to Morro Bay or to Paso, because they couldn't afford to buy a house here. And then if they were renting, they were tired of moving like Director Farm said, every few months they were chasing a place to find because their place sold and it turned into Airbnb, whatever it was. And so it got so problematic with finding housing that was affordable to rent, to live within the community, that they finally said, I'm just gonna, even if they didn't buy, they could find long-term rentals somewhere else that was more stable. So that was one of the issues is to buy a house in Cambria, as we know, under our current market, it's unaffordable unless you came in liquid to a certain extent on having done really well in the past on your past real estate in order to come and pay off a big chunk here. Because interest rates are in the 6s, 7s, so 7% interest on a $800,000 house would be difficult for staff.
And this is probably like blasphemy, but I'm gonna just ask the question.
Sure.
Is there any way to charge people who don't live in their house full time more for their water and wastewater?
No, not allowed.
There is no way. Okay.
Mr. Hirsch?
Water rates have to be based upon, the cost of providing the service.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darn,
No surcharge, no surcharge.
Surcharge
Yeah.
For part-timers,
I figured.
Well, I have a feeling that if you were to ask the people that are here, maybe every 1 or 2 months, and they would say, what, you're thinking of raising our bill? We barely use any water. You should be lowering our bill.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the
And
rationale.
that's kind of the
behind that.
conundrum, because you don't get that dollars coming in if they're not consuming anything,
Right.
but coming in every 6 weeks. So, yeah.
One possibility, though, might be to have a higher base rate. In other words, the fixed rate for residents. Of course, everybody would have to pay it, but the people who aren't using much water would also have to pay it, and that might raise the amount of money. I don't know if it would really be noticed that much by the people, part-timers, but you could get more money out of them.
Those are typically based upon the studies that are done in terms of cost of service that support the rates that are being considered by the board.
Yeah, this is one of the arguments I had with Mr. Handlers, was that he didn't want to raise, he said we couldn't raise that base rate very much because of, the cost of it. But the cost of maintaining all of the water lines, all of the sewer lines should be part of the base rate, not part of the.
Right.
Okay, and I think he needs to relook at that next time you guys do it to 18 and really take into account the fact that we're gonna have to replace all those lines and the lift station work that needs to get done needs to be part of the base rate, not part of the concession.
Yeah, once we have that comprehensive CIP list that shows that long range cost, that can be factored into the base rate.
Yes, I think it should. I had a hard time convincing him.
Yeah.
Of that.
They use certain methodologies that they believe are tried and true tested methodologies for validating
And the quote that said,
rates and everything.
Right, yeah.
We need to, get moving on.
Yeah.
We,
By then.
it's break time.
Great time, yeah.
Let's take a 10 minute break and come back at 10:55.
So become
familiar
with
Oh my gosh. How'd that happen?
It's a good point.
All right, are we on? Are we live?
Yep.
Well, the next is the vision statement.
Hmm.
And I thought what we'd do is have everybody do their own. I checked all the service districts around us. And, Nipomo is the only one that has the vision statement on their website, but they also had a mission statement. So what I did was I gave let me give you a page, I can tell you, we can do it together as a guideline. And then there was one that was in the workshop participant that seemed to be good, but normally most of the statements though should be short, concise, looking out 5 to 10 years as the future.
Michael, don't write it.
He already did.
No, I know. But Nick's saying short and concise and.
There are long ones, but normally for one.
No, I'll challenge the concept of, it's
Short,
it should,
simple, yeah.
that it should focus on 5 years out.
Right,
I would challenge that, would be irrelevant for us.
right.
I would,
When you look at it, if you're talking about the services you give, I was saying we want to, read did everybody get the sheet? Let's go to the middle of the page. It says, vision statement. It's a clear vision provides guidance for an agency. The clearer the vision, the easier it is for the board and staff to picture what the board is trying to achieve and then achieve it. Nipomo said their vision is to provide superior and cost-effective services to our customers, a valued place to work for our employees, respected and supported by our public and peers, and help maintain the rural quality of life in Nipomo.
but that's a mission statement. That's not future. I know it's,
Okay.
they call it vision,
Right.
but it's not. In any way, a vision statement.
One of our visions, yeah,
It's not aspirational at all. That's simply a restatement of a mission.
right.
Well, that fails completely to be a vision.
The one that was close to, that I like, or shortest one was for our input was district facilities and core services are well maintained and improved such that future generations feel that these are the good old days.
The problem is, there's a lot of people here who won't feel like we've had good old days.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the good old days part needs to be
Right.
something different
And that's where we're looking at is, and there's lots of ways
to phrase that.
to phrase it, and it could be difficult in this group of finishing it today. But what, first you gotta go back and look at it. What's our mission statement? What's our mission statement say? It's, the Cambria Community Service District provides water, wastewater, fire protection, emergency services, parks and park recreation and open space, and community services to our customers in a safe, cost-effective, environmentally sensitive manner. That's what we do today. What's our vision for 5 years with these same basic goals? What are you using that as your basis? How do you do it? This is a week, I don't know. Oh, I normally would get brain freeze if I was doing this exercise now, but,
You want, so what we're talking about, I guess we kind of agree a little bit on what
Sure.
you're describing, like it's a vision for Cambria.
no, CCSD.
Of course, CCC.
You're only talking about what you can control the district.
Yes. So it's a vision, for the CCSD, 5 years from now, what people will see us as.
Well, we also stated what the question was. The operative question is on page 12 of the handout.
Right.
And we didn't say 5 years. We said, please describe your vision of the Cambria we want future generations to inherit. That's the question that we've asked.
Yeah,
So the answer should be
question is-
responsive to that question.
What can CCSD do for that? What,
Mhm.
how do you want to get there? They recommend not doing the steps, but be clear and concise. And what does it mean? I don't.
So you're saying our vision statement should be a vision for what CCSD is and
That's what
can
it is.
do,
It's-
not for the whole community.
Right, it's gonna go up there, when people come in and says, this is our vision, this is the vision that we had today. What CCSD should look like in 5 years.
Why do you keep saying 5 years?
Well, they say 5 or 10. For everything that I've read is 5 or 10. They do it in increments. And they say, once you get to 10 and you look at your changes, then write another vision statement. That the vision statements could change.
The vision statement is inherently something that's out in the future, not just this next year.
You kind of decide.
But I can't give you any help on this. This wasn't part of the deal.
I know, I could suggest some, say in this long, this vision statement that was sort of the proposed one. It's both about the district and about the community.
Right.
And it may be that we focus on what we do. In 5 years from now, there's that line, district facilities and core services are well maintained and improved and meet future needs, which of course is certainly a good thing to look forward to. But I'm also thinking all of our mission is adequately funded for the long term. We didn't talk about money here, but we're talking about money a lot earlier. And we have things like a mission statement has that list of our authorities, as it were, and things we seek to do. Vision statement should be that 5 years from now, people will look at us and say, you're doing all this stuff and it's adequately provided for your, it's not just you're operating well, but you're planning well for the future. And so 5 years from now, if we look at everything we say we're going to do, and it's clear that we have made provision to do it, I think that's a vision goal, as it were. Object of a vision, that maybe should be there.
So we did, in a questionnaire on the website, and a lot of community input, 47, Kelly told us, have provided input responsive to a question that didn't say 5 years.
Right.
And so it feels like this group is changing the definition of the vision. We've asked the community and we asked the workshop participants, responsive to a longer range question.
Right.
And for
That's
some
my point.
reason,
Did we ask the right
you were
question?
trying to say, let's make this a 5-year vision.
Okay.
And if that's the case, scrub it and stick with the mission. Because 5 years is the week after next in the lifetime of a district.
I think it doesn't matter whether it's 5 years or not. Your statement should say something that is achievable in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever, okay? We want the district to provide world-class services to our community, period. That's what we want. That's our vision. How we get there is through the mission, right, and through the goals and objectives. We want to be world-class. We don't want to be one of the better ones or whatever. We want to be world-class. We want to be the employer of choice in the county, at least, not in the state. So that we are the employer that everybody wants to work. If they have a choice between working for us and working from the Pomo, they're going to work for us. Because we are the employer of this, because we do a great job for it.
Maybe instead of a vision statement, there really need to go back to what Michael was saying earlier about wanting to have a long-term plan in addition to the other things that we need that to achieve the kind of things that are needed to be able to provide services on a world-class level when it comes to financial stability, creating the infrastructure that needs to be created, upgrading whatever it is, upgraded. But that would seem to be something more aligned with having a long-term plan than just having some kind of vision that is a pie in the sky vision. It's really how you get there.
It's a good point, because you may want to come back and revisit the mission statement first. I mean, you may want to do the whole package, say, what do we really want to do? Is that mission statement apply to us today? And do what you're suggesting, and then tie the vision in, just tie all three of them in together.
I was struck earlier by some of the discussion regarding the strategic plan process and what we did initially, where we had the consultant that came in with a template that she basically
Yeah.
laid on us when it came to the process. And I think things are evolving in terms of how that is being accomplished and the idea of having a long-term component and just this, you know, the different structural changes that have been made to the strategic plan process that's being implemented now through the work of the ad hoc committee and so on. And so I think you're just artificially looking at coming up with a vision statement may not be what you really want in terms of achieving something in a broader sense through the strategic plan process and how it's evolved.
This mission statement was based on what our core services are
Right.
under LAFCO. So that's where the mission statement came from. And I think the mission statement is still okay because it is just addressing the services we're providing and that we're going to provide them in a safe, cost-effective, environmentally sensitive manner. I think Harry added the environmentally sensitive manner part of it because that really was a part of what we're trying to do. So I don't think we intended to change the mission statement this time. And
Right, not this, right.
but I think when we looked at the doing this questionnaire and we looked at the vision statement, we weren't just thinking about the vision for the CCSD
Right, that's all
itself.
that's our
And
task.
we were looking at the CCSD and the community.
In context of the.
Yeah, in the context of the.
We're not the
community.
chamber. We're the district, and this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah, okay.
Then that's how I read it too. I said, how are we doing? That's not our responsibility. We're just saying, what's the district gonna do? And
But
that should be our focus.
But I don't think it's, even though we asked the question differently, I really don't think we're throwing away the responses that the
No.
public or the staff had, because a lot of them are basically aimed at what the CCSD is doing. So I don't think, I mean, I don't feel like we're.
All right, the next
just
process
decided.
would be, we can put the words up on you pick out the words that we want. Pick out the action verbs, pick out the nouns and.
Nobody minds. And I see that, Dick has taken this in a different direction than I had anticipated, and he's probably right, and maybe I'm not. But I thought that the vision statement was supposed to reflect what we wanted for the community, not necessarily our function as a district, but what we wished for Cambria in the future. And Dick's saying that that's not the direction that we're going in. But I just like to read what I wrote down and then we can move on. But since I took the time to invest a little bit of my caring and concern for the community. So this might be a little longer, but so this is my vision statement for Cambria. Cambria should reflect a respectful, accommodating, caring, and accepting attitude toward the economic circumstances of all residents and embrace a reverence and deep appreciation for the abundance of the natural beauty that helps make our community so very special. I stated like that because there's two things that are so magical about this community. The people that live here and the beauty of nature that surrounds us. And I think in one fashion or another, that needs to be something that we can wrap our arms around, so to speak. Something that has rich meaning to all of us, whether we live here or commute here. If you work at a place, you have somehow an investment of one fashion or another. So that's my comment. Thank you.
So I was listening to everybody's comments and looking at the example vision statement and then some alternatives that were on page 12, cross-referencing it to Napomo's vision. Is there a place where we can take and repackage this as the CCSD's vision and align with some of the things that are being talked about in terms of priorities. I hear, environmental, economic. Mr. Hurst talked about, future financial stability. And if you cross-represent to NAPOMO's, they have that in a shortened down condensed version. But I think there might be room to encompass some of those things that we've labeled as all Cambria, yet condense them down to a district vision, which financial stability, environmental stewards, economic stewards, those things, we still might be able to package together a vision statement that applies to our mission as CCSD, but still encompasses those things that you hold
Yes,
dear.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
yes. Debbie.
So I'm trying to limit, to what CCSD can do.
Yes.
So, what I see is that we need to successfully address the community's concerns regarding water sustainability, financial, whatever, and environmental, something. In other words, that's all we can do as the CCSD. So I kind of limited to, I mean, I love what Harry's saying, and I think we need to somehow put that in there, but that's all we can do is successfully address those concerns.
I think Napomo's statement is a good starting point, but if we can tweak it, like you said, to apply to the
Right.
CCSD and add the things that Deborah just said
Yes.
and some of the things that Harry just said, I think, can we work on that?
Yeah, and you just add, I guess it would be word shopping it or whatever, you're
Yeah.
getting the right word.
Yeah.
One word can represent a sentence.
I mean, when somebody is thinking of coming to Cambria, it's, what they talk about is the water costs too much. We can't be there. The water costs too much. The financial resources that I have don't meet what we need to be doing there. And so, I think that's really the basic part that we can address. I like world class.
Yes, I do too.
But yeah,
But
and
they
you can
also-
do that.
They also come
Yeah.
here because of the environment.
Right. That's why it needs to have
Right.
environmental in there too.
Yeah,
I've heard many people say their favorite reason, their favorite reason for coming here is the Piscalini Ranch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of examples here that I forget where this one from. Careful and responsible management of community assets, including finances, fiscal resources, and the environment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got another one here. We strive to deliver the highest quality of life and livability for our community, residents, businesses, and guests. So I think you're on the right line that we can pick the words and do the flow. I was saying that the livability or the
Quality of life.
quality of life covers a lot of things. I think it's just a matter of it's really pinpointing. It's not easy. If I was doing it, I get I go brain dead. I do not do well in these situations. I got another one that I found was a community where all individuals and families achieve their human potential.
See, but that's
That
not.
is nothing. There's a lot of them out there, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm with Deborah on that key point,
Yeah.
because we want to talk about what we can talk, what kind of community we want to see, but it has to be something we strive to bring about or help bring about through what we can do. So we do these things for that purpose.
Right.
And that might be the way to, the logic of it, and keep it really short.
You want to try it? Give you 10 minutes and write one? Let's see if we get, or you want to table this?
okay, I want to hear those first two cards you read again.
Okay.
My,
I know where the word.
my writing, it's like, it's my left hand.
Careful and responsible management of community assets, including finance, physical resources, and environment.
Let's talk about the water.
The water?
Yes, something about the water.
You said
We
no.
strive to deliver the highest quality of life and livability for our community, residents, businesses, and guests. Yeah.
Yeah,
So how do you work water in?
I don't know. I don't know,
That's a
but
challenge.
that's a challenge for this community.
So
For
is fire.
so many reasons.
Fires too.
And fire, yeah,
Well,
so safety,
Well, resources is water.
that's true.
yeah, I think what Dick read, that last one is the top line.
Yeah.
Top line vision statement, then the other things we're talking about are the
What is-
second order things,
Right.
which you don't, if you're gonna do a vision, I've always thought of a vision statement as the shortest thing
Mhm.
on your list there, and then the mission statement
Right.
is longer, because it gets into specifics about things you do intend to do. Mission statement, we don't have to work now, but I would think that vision statement should be one sentence.
Well, we
A
did,
lot
I've always thought that, I mean, I don't know.
I forgot my examples.
Yeah.
I've got some
in
examples.
the strategic planning webinars or classes that we took, they talked about it being no more than 2 sentences.
Oh, 2 sentences, very short.
Yeah.
I've always the one sentence, max 17 words. I'm a simple guy. You want to, what am I trying to convey?
Did UPS have one? Does do they?
One of them was.
Get your package on time.
Best I started, best service, lowest cost. That was it.
Oh,
That was
Yeah,
it.
that's kind of what I'm talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
So the service is saying, if you're not 100%, you're not there. And the lowest cost, that's easy. If I'm not the cheapest, then I'm in trouble.
yeah, but we have to make sure we include the environment.
Yes, I
yeah.
agree, because it's the fiscal, yes, that's why we come up here.
I wrote one, our vision for Cambria, the Cambria Community Service District is to create a vibrant community that prioritizes cost-effective water, wastewater services, and fire protection, and environmental stewardship while preserving the unique charm and atmosphere that makes Cambria special.
I like that.
I like it too.
I like that.
We got a winner.
And maybe as well as.
You don't like that? What?
As well as preserving.
Vibrant community, you have no impact on whether this community is vibrant or not.
Can we, put this on a flip chart or?
I can email it to Haley, she can put it on the,
Because we can't see that screen.
oh, this thing?
No,
We can make
No.
it bigger.
I can make it bigger.
You make it perfect.
okay.
Okay.
And yeah, I got a chair up here. You can sit there.
I'm sending.
Yeah, we can't all sit in your lap.
Yeah, I know.
My vision is 2020. It's,
Okay,
it's the, there's nothing.
So it's one sentence, how many words?
Yeah, how many words in a
17.
sentence? I think you said once before, you get 1 comma and 1 period.
Right.
No, it's really
And I-
James
You
Joyce.
gotta start somewhere.
And I've been told quite often, I write really long run-on sentences
I do
all the
too.
time. Yes, yes.
That's how.
Every paragraph, 3 sentences.
No, the mission statement.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not our job to create a
Well, I
community,
think if you
right?
left the vibrant community part and where,
In some ways,
because you still got preserving the unique charm and atmosphere, I like
Mhm.
that. That-
Just say
So
for,
get rid of vibrant.
Mhm.
for.
No, because what we do, we are not creating a community.
we're serving a community.
Serving, right.
We're serving.
You can serve it, you can be good stewards.
To serve our,
Now we have a community we're serving, and we're actually
Serve our community.
serve our community by prioritizing, yada, yada.
Yeah,
yada.
yeah.
Serve our community by prioritizing.
How about cost-effective water and wastewater services?
Water and wastewater services.
Yeah.
Maybe a comma after stewardship, because this is essentially what we'll run on. And charm and atmosphere that make, make should have no S, yeah. Now,
I don't, that last sentence,
that last sentence maybe is
extra,
extra, it gets beyond the length, the vision
Yeah,
length,
I think I'd leave that out.
yeah.
it's important, but I
like that.
I do too.
I'm not sure, our vision for the Cambria Community Services District is kind of.
Yeah, I used to start with, all that, just.
our vision is to serve.
The Cambria community, there's a vision here.
And I like by delivering cost effective. You know, it's not just say it's important, we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't like that.
I like it too.
On charm and atmosphere, redundant.
It's missing the sustainable. And I don't know how you fit that in here. You can-
Cost
you can do
effective
this-
and sustainable water and wastewater services.
Because you can do this at a point in time and run
Yeah.
it into the ground. I want, a statement that says, we are not only not running this into the ground,
I
But
think sustainable
you're not gonna lose ground.
should be before cost.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
delivering
would work, yeah.
sustainable
Sustainable,
and
cost
cost.
effective,
That's good.
sustainable, maybe sustainable,
Comma.
cost effective, just for,
Yeah.
just for stylistics.
Yeah,
Fire protection, environmental stewardship, while preserving unique charm and atmosphere. Again, charm and atmosphere, are they redundant or just unique atmosphere? Or charm? Did they say the same thing, those two words?
I think you need
The
both.
unique
I think
character.
you need both.
Yeah.
Or the unique character? Is that what you're saying?
You could replace them both, but it's not as pretty as charm and
I
atmosphere.
like charm.
No,
and
charm and
atmosphere.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
I like charm.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think, Harry?
What do I think?
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
What do you think, Mr. Hirsch?
I think it looks good.
Okay, we got
Everybody else?
positivity here.
Oh, great.
I'm fine.
I think what's so impressive is that Matt brought it up.
Yeah.
We've worked on this for what, 5 or 10 minutes?
Yep.
And fine tuned it. I think it's pretty
I think,
pretty impressive just on the face of it.
Well, I just took what you folks.
well, I think hopefully, you get in a group like this, that you never know when that moment's gonna hit you and the light's gonna go ding, and you just hope somebody gets it. Today was Matt's day.
It's
So-
normally really dim in here,
Well,
but today you guys brought up the light.
yeah.
There's a bit of a disconnect,
It was the
read the
cookies.
mission statement and read this, go back and forth a couple of times. And, the mission statement lists a range of services, this lists a range of services, and they're different. Like, what are you guys smoking? Like, they should be the same list of services, or you should just boil it down.
Should go back and just lump them.
And to say, it's to serve our community by, you either have to list all of them. Or you boil it down into,
You could say,
It's the point you're making because I picked up on it, we talk about environmental stewardship, but we leave the parks, recreation, and open space entirely out of this. And we're labeling it under maybe the environmental piece, but if you look, we have water, wastewater, fire protection, all of our
Fire
authorities.
protection.
You can
And
put
emergency
recreation right
services.
here, you could say preserving the unique recreation charm and atmosphere. It's easy to slip a word in. To take care
yeah,
of it.
because the other way to make it consistent with the mission statement though is to compress it even further
that's my point.
and not list the services, delivering sustainable, cost-effective services while preserving the unique, or services in environmental stewardship while preserving the unique charm and atmosphere that make Cambria special.
You've already stated the services. in
We've
the
already
mission.
stated the services, exactly,
Yeah.
so I think that,
I think that stemmed from, because, Debbie said. she
Somebody wanted the
to,
water.
Mention water.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, oh, maybe we want to put it out there.
This is more top line, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Top
You
level.
could say, and other, you could say water, wastewater, fire protection, and other services.
Right, oh, yeah.
If you want.
No.
just say
All services are.
People know.
That's cleaner.
There.
Yeah,
Mission statements.
It's a
Yeah.
mission, the vision is much more compressed. should be
Right.
Much more compressed.
right.
So delivering sustainable, cost-effective services.
Services,
And that includes fire protection.
It
right.
does.
Well,
So
not,
everything all the way up
Right.
to preserving.
Fire protection is a service.
yeah,
The service, environmental stewardship is a little different. So I mean, services and environmental stewardship,
yeah.
while preserving the unique charm and atmosphere that made Cambria special. And then no comment after services if we do
Do we
that.
want to put something in there about safety?
Again.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because delivering safely is part of your mission, right?
Right.
Everyday mission.
oh,
That's
okay.
not,
It
and
says
that's not an
it
inspirational
says safely,
vision.
the mission does.
Because in the mission, it's right there, safe, that's the
Safe.
first one. safe,
Okay,
cost-effective,
I'm
environmental.
fine with that then.
You need a word in front of environmental stewardship,
A word in front of environmental services?
stewardship, in providing environmental. stewardship.
We are delivering environmental stewardship. That's something that we are delivering. Stewardship.
Or ensuring environmental stewardship.
Well, we practice stewardship is what we do. We practice something, that's what we are doing is stewardship, so. Delivering.
Delivering sustainable, cost-effective services while ensuring environmental stewardship
You
or.
just say comma, ensuring environmental stewardship.
Which says someone else is doing it. Not us. We're gonna ensure that
Yeah,
someone does that. Hell no, we are delivering. Yeah, and, it's us, it's on us to deliver environmental stewardship.
Yeah,
Not ensure someone else does it.
I see it that way too.
I think I went out of bounds, linguistically there.
We'll get that.
Enthusiasm.
So where are we on this statement?
Good, so far right there, I
All in
think.
favor?
Yeah.
So what happened with insurance?
Oh, I was objecting to that because that, it's one of those words where, what do you mean by ensuring? And to me, it sounds like you're gonna get someone else to do it.
Or
Ensure
make,
that it
or
happens.
make somebody
I don't
else
think it
do it,
reflects that at
yeah.
The words, currently, it says, our vision is to serve our
We're
community.
taking the responsibility to ensure that. It doesn't mean we're asking somebody else to do it.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with saying,
Well, practicing
that we
environmental.
are delivering, what's wrong with saying we are delivering environmental stewardship?
Well, you can say providing.
Practicing,
How
providing.
how about our vision is to serve a community by delivering sustainable, cost-effective services and practicing environmental stewardship, comma.
Practicing is clean.
Yeah.
That's first person singular.
Yeah,
I mean, first person plural.
And practicing environmental. Well,
you could get
It's
rid
a
of that,
participle.
you could get rid of the, and.
Yeah.
And do a comma,
Practice.
yeah.
No.
How about while practicing environmental stewardship
And.
and preserving the unique charm and atmosphere that make Cambria
Okay, yeah.
There you go, that's good, get rid of the stewardship, the comma after stewardship,
That's nice.
How's that?
yeah,
Yeah, let's do it.
That
Yeah.
work?
Fine.
Okay.
yeah, I like it.
All right, let's have a
Maybe roll call.
roll call. Just say it, raise of hands. This is just a workshop.
Heck yeah,
We have a consensus.
Okay,
heck yeah.
good.
All right, good job.
Are
Good
you
job,
happy,
folks.
Michael?
I'm pumped.
Oh,
This,
good.
you put it side by side with the mission.
Yeah,
Like, good job, what we do, this is where we're taking it.
yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Good job.
And it's better than anything that was in the input coming into this
Yeah,
meeting.
Yes.
yeah,
Substantially better.
Right.
yeah.
You'd expect that. Look at that talent.
Of course, I
wrote.
Yeah.
But
I would be
through
disappointed if it
good
was.
facilitation, yeah, and way to go, man.
All right, we're ahead of schedule, so we're in good shape now.
So, I bet Haley's gonna send that to us. I don't know.
She probably already did.
Yeah, she already did.
Well, I guess if you go to your packets, original packet, the one that has 59 pages in it, we want to go to the core values, or what's on the
Yeah,
wall.
we do.
Last year, you guys made Cindy read all this stuff. Anybody got any thoughts this year on how you want to cover this? Do we need to read it out loud, or
Well, we were on Zoom.
you're on Zoom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not on Zoom today.
This is the very first time we are doing this in person.
I know,
Which is.
And I love it.
yeah, you can have the Zoom calls. I don't know how you guys do it.
I don't like the polls.
I like to see,
You had somebody.
I like to see the reaction.
Um,
I'm open to suggestions on how you like to cover this.
just to maybe suggest changes.
Or just a review. This is just a
Review, yeah.
review. Everybody knows what they are, so you can say the
I
review.
I think we were
Right.
suggesting,
Yeah.
there's a suggestion to add one.
There's a,
Right, yeah, on the core values, you know, and I, yeah. What in the core values currently will drive long-term environmental stewardship? And so I would propose an additional, core value. And, yeah, I'm pleased to see that the vision statement does have, you know, environmental stewardship in it. And I would suggest as a core value, long-term stewardship. In every decision we make, we strive to leave our infrastructure, community, and environment in a better condition for future generations. And that doesn't jump out at you from the current set of core values.
So what's the value itself? What's the word?
Oh, long-term stewardship.
Okay.
Yeah,
Could
it
you
is
say-
on page
stewardship?
13 of the handout that you've got, you know, from over there.
Just say stewardship rather than just long-term? Stewardship kind of implied, just to make it more
There's-
tight.
There's a reason that I want long-term in there.
I can.
There are a lot of factors leaning decision-making towards short-term factors. And you might say, oh, that's a little redundant. You can't have stewardship without being long-term, all right? But
I think this, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I like
I'm fine
it.
with
Yeah.
I like it.
Do we add environmental in there? Or are we just talking about stewardship and?
In general.
It's in general, and then environment is in there.
yeah, in terms of the definition, because each of our current values have a punchline word. And then a sentence that explains it. And so, you know, to your point, if you take long-term out of stewardship, out of the front, the sentence still says for future generations.
Yeah.
You can't get much more long-term thinking than that. So if there's a general consensus that has better punch and clarity, just saying stewardship, then that's okay. So what do y'all think?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
all right, raise your hands. Do we have a consensus on long-term?
Well, so we could just use the word stewardship as,
Long-term, I think.
Are we gonna
keep
use
it-
the full
I think
long-term?
Keep the title, yeah, keep the
Long-
title long-term.
yeah, long-term.
Okay,
Okay.
favor of just adding long-term? Do we have a
Long-term
stewardship.
stewardship.
Okay.
consensus? That's good.
The other small change I suggest, I would always wonder about this, not in priority order, and yet there's kind of an order to it. You want to just put them in alphabetical order by
Yeah.
title? Just say in alphabetical order,
Oh.
so there's no implication that one of them.
Or we could just eliminate the not in priority order out of parentheses,
Or-
just take that off.
Just take it off, just let that sleeping dog lie, get his work.
Yeah. I don't know why we put that on there.
Well, you get some people saying, well, the most important one to me would be the bottom one on transparency, and say, why is mine on the bottom and yours is on the top?
Yeah.
I think honesty, integrity, and all that.
And then someone's gonna hammer you.
I know.
Isn't safety first?
Yeah.
You could put them in, you can put them in alphabetical order and not draw attention to
Right,
it.
Yeah.
that's your way out. It's a
Yeah,
good
put them in
point.
alphabetical order.
Ah,
People ask, "Well, just put them in alphabetical order."
Yeah, it's in
Awesome.
it
the,
doesn't feel better.
Yeah.
I don't know.
T is still on the bottom.
It does not feel better.
But long-term transparency and long-term, I'm saying, long-term sustainability, the end,
long-term stewardship.
stewardship would be right there fourth, I guess. No, third.
No, it would be last, because it's forever.
Can I briefly revisit
Sure.
the stewardship part? You know, all of these are one word except for fiscal responsibility.
Right.
I think one word catches your eye a little better. And as someone pointed out, I think it was David, long-term and future generations kind of redundant there in some way. The fact that we have for future generations indicates it's long-term. I think my personal feeling is it's actually a stronger statement with just stewardship. That's just my personal.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting this, I think that is completely fine. And I think
Is there
that's-
another way to say fiscal responsibility without having two words?
Well, customer services.
Yeah, two word, yeah, two.
Oh,
two
I
words.
see.
Customer
Oh,
services,
okay.
too.
I don't have a problem with
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Our problem is
those,
long-term stewardship.
yeah, but those are two word nouns. This is a noun and an adjective. But Harry's point's a good one. Your customer service, that's one thing,
Long-term would be
but just take off
hyphenated too.
long-term in the
Make it
front.
one word.
So you want just stewardship then followed by that sentence?
I
Yes,
think stewardship is really good.
Yeah.
Because it talks about even what, the kind of, the infrastructure that we have, stewardship of infrastructure even. I mean, it's not just environment, it's everything.
Yeah, well, he's listed infrastructure, community and environment there. I think just the word stewardship as the title.
I do too, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying, yeah.
and you might say, well, wait, how are we making decisions to leave our community in a better condition? And it's easy to see. I mean, the way in which CSD operates builds the community. It's not we're creating it. So we take off the word long-term from the front and it. Harry, and it stands, huh?
And then the rest of the sentence is okay?
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
every decision we make, we start, okay.
Can you read the sentence one more time?
If you strike out the first two words, do you have one up?
She doesn't have,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
just doing it live.
Gotcha. Stewardship.
Mhm.
In every decision we make, we strive to leave our infrastructure, community, and environment in a better condition for future generations.
you want the page?
There were commas in there, but
Haley, do you need it in writing?
Oops.
Sorry.
Safety. Safety, top of the list.
Top of the list, that's the first,
I agree, it's just there.
yeah,
So we wanted to say in every decision?
in every decision we make, just like it's worded there.
No, because every single one of the other ones do, we do this, our interactions.
Okay,
I think starting it with a prepositional phrase is not a good idea.
how about leaving out in every decision we make, we just say we strive to leave our infrastructure.
Yes.
community. Just leave out the in
Yes.
every decision we
Yeah,
make.
yeah.
That work?
I have it up on the screen if you guys want to check it out.
You're probably right. I'm thinking from board perspective, what does the board do? We make decisions.
Yeah.
So from the board perspective, it has to be in every decision we make. But then you say, wait, no, this is CCSD's vision. So. And it's a lot more than just the decisions. It's in everyday operations as well. So I think that's a good catch. And if you take that out,
How about not in a better condition, but in better?
In better condition.
Yeah. I like that.
But people appreciate, I guess, to come becomes, at the end, becomes redundant, future generations.
Yeah.
Just say future
Because-
generations,
Yeah.
and leave off to come.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's,
yeah, and future generations.
future lies ahead.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
This is another reflection on less is more.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, again, it's better for the group
Yeah.
discussion.
I mean, we might look at the other ones, there's a little bit of redundancy and transparency. We strive to conduct business of the district in an open, honest, direct, and transparent, but we just said transparent, open, honest and direct manner. For
Yeah,
instance, that kind of thing.
yeah.
There might be, I don't know if you want to get in the weeds now on this, but you probably go over those and, do a little bit of trimming just to make them more
Oh,
concise.
I like that better. And do you
Start
wanna,
from the top.
and do you wanna get rid of members at the end? Just do community?
Yeah,
Yeah, we have a few minutes. We're in good shape if you want to.
Okay, well, let's look at the rest of
Let's
them.
get off the.
So for safety, the only thing that I added when I did my workshop is that one, we were talking earlier about just saying services for the whole thing, or just fire protection services aren't mentioned in that. So that was my addition, was to add fire protection services, or just go back to saying services.
Oh, do you need it as a whole on the end? Isn't that what our community is?
well, the
Yeah.
whole community maybe, well, yeah, maybe our community, yeah.
And then, do we need to add that word diligently? Or just be succinct and say, we follow strict safety policies, procedures and regulations?
Yes,
And protect and keep safe seems to be redundant too. I would, and
well, safety,
How about protect?
And
just
keep safe.
protect,
to protect.
yeah.
Yeah.
And get rid of water and wastewater services.
Well.
Just put services in there in general, because
Yeah.
like I said.
Oh, well, fire, that's what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Our services and these whole district services, or our services maybe. And then I have a suggestion of fiscal responsibility.
Yeah,
We manage our finances in a
Yeah.
responsible and, or, I mean, a lot of adjectives were kind of
Yeah, not so
thrown together that's in a prudent manner. Finances in a prudent manner to successfully,
yeah, get rid of responsible because it's already up there.
sustain and protect the assets of the district. Like the sort of community needs. I think that's a,
You want successfully to stay in there?
no.
No.
Okay.
Rule number one of editing is look at the adverbs and see if they can go,
Yeah,
then the adjectives.
I think that's good. And we could say we provide exemplary service.
Right.
We,
Under-
Customer service, we're committed, maybe,
Yeah.
well, let's see, focus to the need, that was just a mistake, I think. Services, services.
And I would say, if you want to leave committed, just put we commit to.
Yes.
yeah, we commit to.
Commit to. Provide exemplary service and support.
Can you just say we provide? Instead of saying commit, we will provide it?
We will provide.
Do you have to put will in there? We provide.
Or it's our mission to provide.
Yeah,
So
We don't commit to provide, we will
These
provide.
are core values, these are the
Yeah.
values, sort of.
Okay.
What we believe is important, yeah.
if you, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Provide.
And with the focus on the needs.
Yeah, focus on, not focus to.
Yeah.
How about our community rather than we serve?
I guess capital C for community, that seems to be
Yeah,
capitalized all the way through.
The community we serve does kind of link back to
yeah, it
the
does.
customer service and.
That's true.
But you don't
Not
want,
on, everyone who serves lives here. So,
it's almost an echo to have served the service. I mean, you might as well, you know, it's almost speaking the word.
Yeah.
I like respect.
I like respect the way it is.
Teamwork.
Teamwork.
Um. There's a lot of, let's
Yeah,
see, you got. Seek to work in collaborative ways. Like to effectively execute the district's work, seems to be a lot of repetition there. The district's mission. You can say, because you have teamwork and work, work and.
Yeah, our mission's better than.
Mission,
And then,
and carry out the district mission.
and then we recognize the qualities, abilities, and contributions of others. Instead of we appreciate and recognize, it'll be more succinct.
yeah,
We
Yeah.
recognize the qualities, abilities, and contributions of others. And seek to work collaboratively
Seek to work collaboratively
Yeah, collaborative.
yeah.
to carry out our mission or district mission. you want.
Yeah.
so we often say the general manager is accountable for executing the strategic plan. So you might want to say the district's mission and strategic plan.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
those mission impact.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you want to put vision in there too?
You don't execute
no,
it.
you don't execute a vision, that's.
Yeah, I would leave it like that.
So we've been capitalizing community all the way through there, so should community
No.
be capitalized in
No.
transparency? No?
Community should be lowercase.
Okay.
I,
Well, actually, no. To be consistent, it would have to be uppercase too.
Yeah, because we've done it in uppercase through the whole thing.
Yeah,
What every letter should be uppercase. Like the agendas.
like, like an email rant.
Yeah.
There's a comma there after in transparency, open, honest, and direct, you want, eliminate the comma after honest. Oh, wait, oh, I'm sorry, direct, after direct, you want to eliminate the comma, it's already eliminated.
Yeah, it's already eliminated.
we're going for comments, yeah.
Honest and direct, and transparent, yeah, manner. Okay.
Is this a go then?
I think so.
Do we have a consensus? Anybody disagree? All right, it's lunchtime.
And this is
Back
one,
12:20.
this is one where we'll probably look at it after.
We can have one.
Set changes and, you know.
I think so.
Great.
Right, do like a final once through on mission and vision, just so.
If you want, we just do it now, man. If you want to,
What, is everybody good with it, how it turned out? We made a lot
Oh,
of
I'm
changes in
happy.
a short period of time.
I'm happy.
Okay. Do we want to do a working lunch or we want to take a full lunch? Cause we have the food here, we already have like catered ready to go.
Well, we should take a break.
take a break.
Take a break, yeah.
What do we have the
We-
charts left, the objectives.
We have the.
Right, we have
the
the-
objectives.
We have the meat of,
The
we
meat
have
of
the
the-
main course of the meat.
Main
The
course,
primary purpose.
no pun intended, main course.
And then.
It's gonna help.
Is the, are we gonna turn the recording off, or we? I was gonna say, that would
All right, are we live? All right, we're back. Next, we're gonna be reviewing the number 12. Review and update the objectives and supporting action for each strategic goal. We're gonna start on page 50. So last year, it looks like you did a lot of detail on putting the objectives together. So today, we're just gonna report on them, on the status. I'd also like you to include if there's anything that's in your control that might limit you. Do you have the staffing? Do you have the equipment? Is there anything that you need that makes sure you meet the goal? And I guess we'll start with number 50. We'll start with the core area of water services general. It says the who is the utility manager. Your agent? Okay, we're in between lines.
So yeah, this is a recently updated, for us, so, do you want me to dive in?
Yes, you're dive in, jump in. The first one is implement the water meter replacement program. Start there. We'll just go down to each of the blue areas.
Well, that's on pace for right now. Currently, we're just, Denise and I are working together to try and devise, kind of a financing plan for that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to, so we'll probably be coming forward to the board with, do we want to just try and do it all at once and get some funding and do it all, probably about $2 million total, or do the 10-year projection that, Jim had brought before the board previously.
And there's a couple things with the 10-year projection. You don't repeat what we just encountered, where all 4,000 meters basically just blow up in a year or two. Okay. It also, the state would like you to calibrate or verify 10% of your meters. So for that's a little over 400 meters every year of their efficacy, of their accuracy, whatever. So that also gets us meeting that kind of initiative with the state. It's a little bit cheaper, when it hits your budget annually, but over the course of that 10 years, I think you're gonna end up paying, if you're adding in 3% CPI, 5% CPI every year, you're gonna pay 30% more for it potentially at the end of the project. The figures that we have locked in now for our meters are locked in for a year. So this isn't anything we have to jump at because it's 90 days and this proposal now drops dead. But it's just something that we need to bring out and, from internally and talk about externally, and we all want to go about that. If we jump down to complete the Stewart Street construction.
Oh, can I quick, Jim,
Sure.
for that second line right there, which is bringing a budget adjustment to the finance committee for approval,
Yeah.
should we change that to second quarter? Because that's April.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can we change that to second quarter? 2024?
Second quarter.
I'm also making the changes live on the screen too, if you can see them.
Did you get that, Tom?
You got the second quarter here. Okay, Jim.
Okay, fantastic. Complete Stewart Street, tank construction. Right now we're on pace for this right now. And I do see that targeted completion date, being the fourth quarter of this year, calendar year.
Erected and in full water.
Yeah, at least one of them. Yeah.
Awesome.
Season, wet weather permitting. Yeah, we're stretching our permitting and all this stuff. We'll go till October, and that's a really good time of season for us to take a tank like that offline. We're getting a little closer to being completely out of fire. I don't think you're ever out of fire season. But our consumption's a lot less. And so if we're moving less inventory through it, it's a lot more beneficial to have, one tank on hand rather than two during that period. So, yeah, and there's no, the only other major holdup in that, just on a side note, is we've just received word from MKN, our geotechnical on the tank pads. The 18-inch tank pads are not gonna be enough for seismic rating, so we will have to redo those pad by pad. And that's a technical correction to our EPA grant. So they have to review that, make sure it's still within scope, which it is, of what they funded us for. So that just moves that awarding of the funds to a third quarter of this calendar year or first or second quarter of the fiscal year.
So you're gonna get started in fourth quarter of this year, but you're not gonna complete.
We could, there's two different things here. So we're talking about being shovel ready, which we are, being permitting all done. Design will be done by May. So we'll be ready to install those tanks. We just won't have the EPA funds awarded to us by then.
I think what you
The
want,
project doesn't complete until you pay, right? Finance? I think you wanna change that to first quarter.
I think so too.
I mean,
sounds like,
being very aggressive, which is great, but I think first quarter of 25 is more realistic.
yeah, that means both tanks are
If you want to buy me time, I'll take it.
full of water.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, in the past, for example, I think you call it the fiscal unit.
Metal.
Right, the diversionary tech is over, get ready to.
Are you okay?
I'm good. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
just leaned up on it.
You're allowed.
Would that cover your
Good catch.
question?
Literally, yeah.
Okay, so when we had a grant for the fiscal unit tank, we went ahead and started it before getting the grant funds, and then we didn't get the grant because we broke down before we got the funds. So in this particular grant for these Stewart Street tanks, we are allowed to go ahead and start them, not wait until we actually get the funds. It
Correct.
won't affect the grant. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay,
Obviously, with any funding, when the project's completed, they'll go back and look over and make sure you dotted your i's, you crossed your t's, you did all the permitting, you did all the regulatory compliance to be awarded those funds, but,
okay.
make sure that we are.
I just want to make sure it didn't happen like it did to the other tank.
The potable water line and effluent line, that's going across the wetlands there at state parks. We're at the point now where we need to come to the board with our alignment alternative and get that voted on, resolution for that. And then they can go into the actual design of that specific. And, unfortunately for that, you won't be able to actually break ground until June 1st of 2025. And that's just entirely due to permitting. There are certain types of seasons and that we're gathering all this data for that we have to go through to follow that through. So that is still a fourth quarter for 2025 as far as completion. Long-term water storage solutions. We've got some really exciting things that are just kind of been brought to Tristan's and my attention here in the last couple of weeks that we're looking at. And so that's ongoing.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so this objective just says research long-term water storage solutions, but what R&I has been doing is also looking for new sources of water. So should that be an objective?
Sure.
So
You would revise the objective.
either revise the objective or make it a new objective. That's right. If you look at comments on that first line where it says research long-term water storage solution, it does say that the ad hoc committee and staff are currently reviewing all possibilities for increasing our water portfolio, but that's above and beyond long-term water storage. That's research for new sources of water. So should that just be added to this objective or should it be a whole new objective?
I mean, it's all long-term water solutions, whether it's, I don't know, should we change the title of water storage solutions to just?
I would just add water supply, water
Yeah, just
supply and
storage and
storage.
supply.
Water supply and storage.
Sure,
Yeah.
that word.
Yeah,
Okay,
good catch.
Thank you, because we're constantly got our eyes out there looking for more water.
so I want to address the elephant in the room. So should we have some kind of an objective that says we're going to deal with the water wait list and the water moratorium and finally get there? There's a strategic plan. I'm not saying we're gonna do it next week, but should we, and I'm only saying should, asking you to think about whether that should be on this list somewhere, that we should be looking at getting rid of the water moratorium, which I think basically should be gone anyway, because we're no longer in a water emergency.
Yeah, I mean, a weakness, a decade after the major investment in building the WRF, the district does not have a regular operating permit, right? And this is connected to that,
Right.
follows from.
Well, Michael, I want to be clear, we do have a permit. When you say a regular permit, I want to make that
Regular.
really clear for everybody.
Regular operating permit. Absolutely, we have emergency
It
permit
has operated.
that enables us to start running it when it's kind of too late. And the point you made recently at our regular board meeting was, let's get this permitted so we can operate it when the right time is. So that we get runtime and we build those supplies up. Yeah, we're lined up there.
The
I'm
search,
saying that these were late.
yeah,
Right,
this-
right. So maybe under the next one, or?
Well, I was gonna ask,
but that's the search for the supplemental water supply is something that is needed in order to lift the moratorium. So that's kind of connected to that too, because the moratorium says we have to have an additional supplemental water supply.
Yeah.
And so we are looking for additional supplemental water supply. And everything that has even a little sliver of hope, we're researching. And Jim has found we've got a report coming to the board. It's being reviewed again at R&I because we found some more information and it'll be coming to the board. And Jim and Tristan have found a couple more things we're researching. So we are consistently looking for new water supply because that is needed, not only for the, the people here now, but in order to lift the moratorium. And we also need that coastal development permit.
I was gonna, follow up, I was gonna ask a question of Jim, especially in terms of timing, because this is, of course, these are goals that are, will be updated next year at this time. So in the next 12 months, is there any realistic prospect of a change in our water supply situation, permitting or whatever, that would warrant a starting action to lift the moratorium? Or is the CDP process gonna basically play out over that time? We won't really have a final, verdict on it essentially until sometime next year.
Yeah, and not only will we need the CDP, but we'll need some runtime. Because
Well, yeah,
we
but,
haven't
yeah.
had that
Yeah.
experience, so it's both.
And it's kind of, the runtime is also a way of figuring out how much more water we can, how many more positions we can open up, but I want to ask a question of timing, especially the timeframe.
I think with some of the things that we're investigating, potentials, and again, there's no one magic bullet that we have right now in our arsenal. Again, I've always said it's a water portfolio. So, yeah, I think in a year from now would be a good time to review this or review. I think the wait list needs to be an objective on this strategic goal somewhere, sometime. But these other metrics as far as operating the plant and getting some data off of that and some other concepts that we have, I think that could prove fruitful. We're probably about a year out.
Okay,
So next meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, because we'll be readdressing all the goals at the next meeting in January. So that would probably be the time to
Updating
address it.
progress or lack of progress.
Or actually reviewing the goals themselves.
Yeah, and the goals.
These large categories, strategic goals, review those. And maybe
Will we add one next year? We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, for sure
Yeah.
talk about it.
I'm good. Thank you.
Moving on to, I think we're at brine waste disposal. Did I hold the page the right way?
So are we, like, if we have additional objectives to offer, are we going to introduce them on each, under each goal? Or is the intent to go through the entire table and then go through it again?
I would think if, while we're on that
Right.
particular goal, we address.
I think with
it.
the thought process, probably very fun to tackle.
Yeah, so I've got an additional potential, objective to consider. And, and this is for discussion. I don't know how this is gonna play out, but I'd just like to bring up the factor that we don't know at any one point in time how much water is in the basin. And we've heard this comment before at board meetings, and it is complicated because we don't have that hydrology understood. So
It changes too.
yeah, it changes. Is there any, would it be appropriate to have an objective that would say, do a hydrology study to define the topography of the basin such that, given the combination of well levels, we know how much water is there. And then that combined with, then you'd also have to model potential future underflow, because that just having it here now doesn't mean it's gonna be here next week or next month. But is there something to be done worthwhile there? In terms of an objective that would be, some hydrology study, some reference that enables us to have some predictive model.
Director Thomas, what I think you're getting at is, when we went into this drought period over 10 years ago, Gus Yates with Todd Groundwater had put together a model. Again, it's over a decade old now. But we do have a fairly good idea how many acre foot are at this level when we measure. So we've got a rough estimate. If I'm taking your words directly, like maybe you want a directive to really finite that number to see if we can tighten that up a little bit and get it more accurate.
Just, I'm exploring, we just want to get that on the table for some discussion. Is it, because it's either not feasible to do, or it would cost so much to do it that it wouldn't yield, wouldn't benefit, or it's relatively easy to do and it would be a benefit. So I don't know. I just wanted to get some discussion on that.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I have a question on that. As far as the cost benefit of it, we have a pretty good sense now, though, of how much water is available from all the data we have about well levels, the gradient, the patterns and everything. That's, it's like 35, 36 years of data. And I don't know how much more we could get from a more granular number for the amount of water, because I think we have a really good sense of, we know the signals of depletion, danger of the gradient going negative and stuff like that. We know those signals pretty well, I would think, at this point. Do we need anything further, especially a whole new groundwater study?
We do. So since that first modeling that was done, and I believe it was in 2012, we've installed 4 piezometers in the last 4 years that are kind of giving us evidence of what impacts or where we're at downstream. They're also with the level that we have in that mounding effect right there. So some of those metrics that we've had for 30 years, and those don't change. That we measure some of our internal metrics that we say, okay, stop running the San Simeons, we gotta divert over from the Santa Rosas and so forth, or, we gotta stop giving so much wastewater to this because our mounding is going the other way now. But I do think it would be beneficial with the information that we have from the piezometers that we've had in there for now close to 4 years, that would help update that model and wouldn't be so costly. Again, I'm kind of riffing here, I'm not sure, but that'd be something that I can explore with Gus Yates and see if that would be something that we can develop. Yeah.
Do you think,
Data is data, and I think every piece of data is very valuable.
so we discussed at R&I that study they do with the helicopter that flies over with the loop, that comes out of Paso Robles, and Derek got a cost for doing that. And it's about $40,000 to $50,000 to have them come do a study over Cambria to see if there's any other areas where there would be an aquifer that we could use. So is that something that would be worthwhile doing? We're gonna be bringing that to the board next month.
Absolutely, because that could be another potential source. If I said at the south end of town, like just past our Green Street lift station, word around the water cooler was, that's where they wanted to put another well in back for that day. That's why we oversized that lift station there, which performed so poorly for the rest of our system there, because they thought a lot of development was going to be obtained there. And that's where they thought another well site would go to. So that would be my first to go to. I mean, even if you get a couple 100 gallons a minute for the dry season, that'd be a huge improvement for us.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about that again Monday at R9 and then bring it to the board. Maybe at that point it could be added as an objective or as part of the search for long-term storage water.
Jim, if I could just ask you, since you're bringing up the Green Street lift station, is that the one where Gleason comes down and,
Yes,
I mean, that's only going uphill from there.
yes.
So let me ask you with regard to finding additional sources of water. This is something that Elizabeth Bettenhausen has addressed for years, is water loss. And do we have any idea where we're at right now in that area? I guess it's acceptable. Bob Gressens used to say, well, 10% is acceptable.
10% is below industry standard. Industry standard is about 11 to 15.
All right.
Our recent water loss was 9.
I'd have to look at the numbers, but
Yeah.
it was around 10%.
Yeah. Dr. Bentenhauser's figures, and ours don't always correlate. So, the numbers that we do is what we provide to our regulatory compliance agency. So that's what we go on. But we were sub 10 the last several years for water loss and distribution system water loss.
I mean, because, any water you can save is a source, so to speak, but I might be.
Well, I mean, makes 10% of, 500 acre feet, so 50 acre foot, that's a month's worth of consumption.
Right.
Plus on average, so yeah, it's actually over a month, we're more around the 40 to 45 acre foot per month. So, yeah.
And the best way to do that, get the leakage down, is to prevent all these emergency fixes that he has to do all the time, because that's where we lose a lot of water.
But that's just because of infrastructure
Old,
degrading, so. to speak.
Yeah, it's the method in which the service lines were installed. They were installed by boring, so that's just a rod traveling through the native soil. Well, in the native soil, once you get down below 3 feet, 2 feet, it's river rock. And I don't care how round the rock is, a poly pipe rubbed next to something smooth or sharp is eventually gonna leak. So we've actually stopped a lot of leaks and losses before we just go in and put a clamp on. I kind of put an end to that. If we had been out there once, we stopped it temporarily, we put it on the list to replace. So over the last 5 years, we probably replaced 300 lines. So we're not revisiting the same habitual problems. And, we've also tightened up our losses on that, just in that realm. We do have our good once or twice a year, distribution system failures. That, like we had over here, which that really was an installation problem back in the day, but, so those still surface.
So
Korea, any other questions for Dean?
do we want to deal with, Michael's proposal for updating the model of groundwater levels?
Yeah, so does that get listed?
So we did add that as a,
yeah, I think it needs to go on the list.
If so, it could fit under research long-term water supply and storage solutions, it would be research related to water supply, so it could fit there if you feel it's appropriate.
I think it's applicable in that
Okay.
section.
And they, gives you license to kind of bring back to us really what is beneficial to do.
Well, if you have some hard data and now you know what kind of number figure you're looking for to offset or to bring forth, then that's a good one to shoot for.
So Haley's gonna need wording for that
Yeah.
objective.
Michael, you have
You got wording for it?
She needs some
What's the
wording, put
what?
it up there.
A third,
Is it a third item?
third
Yeah.
item, yeah, under
Want me
the.
to throw out my rough ideas and then edit from there, or do you have already words you think would work?
I was just gonna say, updating our aquifer, our groundwater model.
Yeah.
In the San Simeons
That's in the ground hole.
to the Van Gordon Basin,
Not a blue one, just
No, it's just
another
one of the white-
little arrow.
like a subcategory. Last, what is it? Updating,
Updating our aquifer groundwater
Or our-
model.
but we can lose aquifer and just put updating our groundwater model.
In the San Simeon, Van Gordon Creek aquifers.
Maybe just say update, I don't know. I would take off the ing, because you can always be doing it, you wanna know when it's done, so it's the updated.
Van Gordon with an D, with an E or an A.
Van Gordon, DON.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's the last word on that?
To the groundwater basin.
Basin.
So just read that one more time, please.
Update our groundwater model in the San Simeon Van Gordon to the groundwater basin.
No, San Simeon and Van Gordon groundwater basins, right?
Right.
The two of them, two basins, yes, or aquifers.
Well, I mean, the whole thing's considered a basin, right? So
Yeah,
I think we want to do modeling to capture kind of both
So
impacts.
the San Simeon and Van Gordon groundwater basin, similar?
That's
Okay.
Wouldn't
Take
this
out
be
two and
bringing
one.
back a proposal?
Yeah,
Yes.
Sorry.
I can't quite read it.
Oh, yeah.
Because what we're doing here, is simply identifying objectives.
Update
Along those-
groundwater model
For each
in
department.
the San Simeon and Van Gordon groundwater basin.
Added to the plan today.
So then we need to have.
And David, that's a good point. Should
Who
we
and date.
put on comments like to bring back to the board for,
No,
no?
No, I'd rather just see the action and then progress towards that.
You need a completion date?
Okay, so the who is,
I would say, I would, you know, give them some time to sort out the when.
So not established.
but
okay,
up to
but
you.
the who is utilities manager.
Yes, yes.
I just want to go line by line, date added to plan 3-4.
In the comprehensive analysis of this would probably take a year, so let's just put second quarter calendar year 2025.
And then any comments?
no.
Not even.
No,
No, okay.
So, yeah,
Not yet.
Just one other short comment on the other two, where they say now concerning long-term storage. Why don't we say long-term storage and supply for both of those?
mhm.
Or supply and storage, but use the same wording.
Mhm.
Blue,
That's
the
what
blue
I
heading.
have right there.
And just use the same heading and the same language in those two subsections.
Yeah, with the-
Long-term supply and storage under the RMI ad hoc committee concerning long-term supply and storage. And the next one, just put storage, supply there.
I'm sorry, where?
Oh, well, after long-term,
The little
and
arrow.
both of them, put supply and storage.
Oh, here.
Just, just duplicate the language in there, main heading. Yeah. And do the same thing with one.
And it's ongoing.
Anything else for this? You ready to move on? Okay, page 52. You're on again.
All right, resolve the brine waste disposal issue. We're still kind of waiting on that pilot program. I think first quarter 2025 is still appropriate for that. By the time we run the pilot, kind of evaluate, the cost feasibility, physical feasibility of it. So, yeah, I like that at first quarter 2025.
And the next,
The next one,
Complete the in-stream flow study, task one. This will be actually task one and task two to include Van Gordon Creek. That will be completed by October of 2024, but can we just put like a November 1st date of 2024 on that?
fourth one.
Fourth quarter 2024.
And you want to add and two to the what?
Yes, yeah, the Van Gordon Creek analysis was the task two, and that's actually in the works right now. So tasks one and two will be completed in fourth quarter of this year. CDP application. I think I'd feel a little bit better if we could have till third quarter of 2024. We're gonna have, we'll be submitting kind of our initial application to them formally. So we can get on the clock with the county. We kind of provided them the professional courtesy of going over this. But any further review with the county, they're gonna have to have a formal submission. So this is where we're gonna have our true going back and forth. And with Matt reaching out to Coastal, they're getting their March staff reports ready, so they haven't had a chance to look at our draft of this yet. But we're gonna have some mitigation talks that we're gonna have to negotiate with them as well. So, yeah, I think a third quarter of 2024, we should have things pretty well completed and ready to go to the board.
So what a milestone that will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of a millstone. So let me ask, so this is completing the application. It's going to the planning department. And therefore, then the planning commission considers it. And then it comes back to us. Or continues on to the board of supervisors.
No, it would be if they receive it and approve it in the planning commission. Coastal has stated that they wouldn't appeal it, but we all know there's gonna be some appellants. So that's where I'm kind of building in that tolerance there of having to go back and forth with Coastal for these appellants.
and
So when is it coming back to the board?
once it's completed,
Before it gets submitted?
Yeah, another board
Oh.
review and public hearing.
Yeah.
Before it
So,
gets
yeah.
submitted.
We'll have that direct dialogue with the county and Coastal and, once that's completed and everyone's happy with that, we'll submit it. We'll obviously go to the board, public hearing, provide a resolution for that. And then we'll have final submission of that application.
And we're targeting April, I think, to bring it back for the last public hearing. If we get feedback earlier and we can bring it back before the ad hoc committee and get final approval, then
We'll do a special meeting.
yeah, maybe. But right now, I think we have it targeted for April. It gives us this month of March to tighten up any of the comments that the county made. There's some other things that we want to put in there as far as warrants, allocation, things like that. And if the coastal commission comes back in the next month and they put something out there that's feasible to adjust within the project description, rather than larger talks about mitigation, we can incorporate that as well. But we're crossing our fingers for April to bring it back before the board to solidify and submit.
Yeah, there's some documentation, some modeling that we purposely didn't include that they requested that we already have. So we already have those attachments ready.
So you're saying 5 to 6 weeks.
Sounds ambitious, but yeah, I think we can be done.
Are there any additions to this, objectives?
nothing.
All right, thank you, Jim. Excellent job. Let's go to the wastewater services. Here we look like Director Dean is the lead with President Gray and the general manager and the finance manager, so.
Okay, so that's done.
That was about a while ago.
Yeah, all of those things on the methodology for identification and reporting have been done.
So it comes off.
Comes up.
So it needs to come off and, the monitoring of the project expenditures and performance, that's something that, Ms. Fritz does quarterly.
Ongoing, that'll continue.
Yeah, until it's finished.
But that first blue section and the,
Comes out.
actions under it come out.
All
They go on our historical page.
Oh, that's good news. Revise any district policies or procedures to incorporate findings or as appropriate based on learnings from the tracking project. Where we stand on that, general manager, finance manager, and waste superintendent.
The future, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of,
it's-
once
Yeah,
the SST project gets underway, that kind of parallels
All right,
with our tracking of that.
so it's a future objective. Yeah, all right. How about the next one, establish priorities and implementation plan with the CIP water? Projects not in the SST.
So that's something that's ongoing right now. We have an ad hoc committee. We're near completion for water and wastewater CIP projects. This is specifically CIP projects that are not in the SST, which we already have outlined. And we will be presenting in the upcoming months at R&I. I'm gonna shoot for April.
So is, I thought an additional objective might be better define the extent of repairs needed to reduce the inflow and infiltration. The point where your plant does not, run over capacity in the winter. Would that be part of this, or would it be appropriate to identify that as a separate objective?
I see that as a standalone. That's not really a solid solutions turnkey problem or an energy conserving module. And I mean, it kind of is once it gets to the plant.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about 70 miles of wastewater distribution system, that's something that you gotta kind of methodically go through and see what your biggest areas are for improvement and kind of attack that first.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not just gonna go in and line, CIPP, 70 miles of pipe just to get it done.
So I was thinking that as a potential, as an objective, being within a reasonable time frame to at least define the state of the problem.
Right.
And understand the 10 or 20-year plan.
So you want an additional objective?
Yeah, and does that make sense to folks? An objective would basically say better define the extent of repairs needed to reduce the inflow and infiltration to the point where the wastewater treatment plant input would never exceed the design capacity. I mean, is that a reasonable objective?
Absolutely. I mean, even if you reduce that, I 25%,
Would help.
I mean, you think on a million gallon day.
Yeah.
That's 250,000 gallons that make it into the plant.
But you were like way over 2.
You were over 2.
Yeah.
Consistent.
So Haley's gonna need a wording for the
Right.
objective.
Okay. It sounds like it's getting traction. So are you ready, Haley?
I'm ready.
Better define the extent of repairs needed to reduce the inflow and infiltration to the point where
You say.
I would just say
reduce-
period.
Reduce inflow and infiltration, I know,
Yeah.
just leave it at that, because that's what Brian.
And I wouldn't say better define, just define.
Fine, because we've never really done methodically, I would think, up at this point, so it's good for that.
and just leave it there without
Leave it there,
establishing the
yeah.
goal.
Now,
For now,
feasibility,
Okay.
Jim, I mean, how much time and money and would be taken to this, would be needed for this?
So honestly, this is someplace, just would you say we're about halfway through with cammering and clearing lines that we could actually gather some decent data and bring something that's digestible for it?
Or with cammering, we're not even close to halfway.
Okay.
But cleaning, we've, cleaned well over half the system at this point.
But cammering was more the issue that would illustrate our I needs.
Yes, for finding the problem with the main line, and then we are looking at possibly bringing in a new ordinance forward for requiring people to, repair private laterals upon sale of the house. So we're looking at that, that's something that other municipalities such as San Luis Obispo have implemented. And it seems to be helping. I mean, obviously, that's a long process
how much would that cost them about that?
to implement that program.
No.
No, for, to get your lateral.
Yeah.
Camera.
Oh.
Like we'd be requesting them to do upon sale.
You know, I'd have to look, I'm not sure exactly.
But do you have like,
You want to repair it.
And
Cambria,
repair,
Denver.
yeah, Cam was about $250 to repair.
Yeah, same.
Depends on the length of the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
some-
But they're-
and the
they're-
depth.
The roots.
So do we have to have an ordinance for that?
So it sounds like a package we're talking about now with the
Mhm.
original request that Michael made, and then, I mean, maybe a more general effort to, reduce I and I through what? Through, continuing data, hammering and data analysis and through, ordinance
Implementation.
implementation, yeah.
Right then.
Yeah, I think the hows would end up as bullets under there. That's gonna be hard enough to do right there. And to bring back, because you'll come back with a plan.
And the cost figure associated with it.
Yeah, and gonna be good to be able to see that for planning. It's not gonna be fast.
We should start with this one, because it sounds like the ordinance one is down in the road a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that would be a how, it would be an implementation.
Let's start with this one.
Who would, who?
Right there again.
Job
Big Jim.
it's
Big
job
Jim.
security. It's inflow and infiltration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Inflow and
Infiltration, yes.
Oh, not of.
Not of.
Infiltration below ground, the inflows, the sewer management, yeah.
I just was questioning, but.
Original target completion date.
Don't be unrealistic, because this is big.
Yeah, this is
And,
huge.
and we're not on fire.
I'm a year out on this. We're gonna have a lot of irons in the fire with this SST program,
Mhm.
and even small distractions will. So, yeah, I'd like
Second
to,
quarter.
second quarter 2025, please, yeah.
Any comments?
I guess just, yeah. Develop,
Well, the words are up there. She's got
Yeah.
a set of words.
comments, I guess, just.
No, not yet.
Oh, we don't need comments yet.
No.
That will be his first report.
Yeah, okay.
So anything else for wastewaters? Are we ready to move on?
Mm-hmm.
Let's flip the page. We'll go to page 54 for fire protection and emergency services. And that says Director Dean, President Gray.
We're still working on it.
Update the CCSD board to all changes to the evacuation plan within the district. Ongoing.
And Dave is one of the people on that.
Yes,
He's
David, yeah.
the fire safety focus group.
Okay. So we really need to have the county do a pre-planning, fire pre-planning and new evacuation plan, which will include new safe havens, which I'm now aware there is no such thing as a safe haven. There are places you go, refuges that you go to just for temporarily until they can get you out, okay? But all of that, I'm told, happens through the county. And Chief Owen has told me that he has those people, fire engineers, he called them, available. We just need to get higher up on his list and get our thing going. And whether that's you and I going to him or you and GM or whoever it's gonna take to get our evacuation plan as a critical priority. I think we need to do that. And I think that's the very next step that we need to do while we're still working on that one evacuation route.
Yeah. So the word haven needs to be changed to refuge. And we also were in the process of working on emergency brochures for the community and
We can't do any of that until we reestablish what the
Right.
fire plan is.
But it's not on here as a bullet point underneath, evacuation planning. And that's one of the things we're going to be, completing once we get the stuff from the county. So should it be on there as an action?
Well, I think one of a new action might be to get the county, CAL FIRE and county OES to, do our fire pre-planning and evacuation plan, to update it.
Okay, so that needs to be a new bullet point underneath this.
Yeah, I think that's a new
Arrow.
arrow.
Yeah. That what it is?
That's an arrow.
I thought it was a firecracker. I put my reading glasses on.
So the language for that. What would be what?
Secure.
Engage county CAL FIRE and county OES to commence Cambria fire pre-planning and evacuation plan. To update, not commence.
Yeah, to update.
I'm sorry, fire pre-planning and what?
And evacuation plan,
Evacuation planning?
yeah.
And she needs a responsible party. Chief.
I can know what.
It's one word.
One word.
Well, you're saying that you were asked for who, correct?
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah, that's myself, yeah. Myself, and then, I guess.
Yeah,
I'll as well.
Put me down.
And you put general manager Matt on as well.
Put them on the
But it's very easy for me and you to do that because, I'm meeting with them every month anyway, as the county chiefs meeting, so that's pretty easy to do, but, you wanna jump on board with that too?
Well, I'll bring it up to the fire state council every chance I get so that we can get them moved ahead. Chief Owen hadn't been coming lately, but he's.
So Haley,
Gotta
would
catch him
you,
next time.
I'm sorry. Haley, would you read what's up there, please?
Engage county CAL FIRE and county OES to commence Cambria fire pre-planning and evacuation planning.
Commence or update?
Update.
The who is general manager, fire chief, fire safe focus group coordinator. Was added to the plan today, and what is the original target completion date?
Probably third quarter,
2024?
yes.
So the
Yeah, we just don't know how
engagement
long.
will be.
Then they'll start.
Yeah.
If we can get them started by then, I think we'll be in good shape.
That's it. We read the next. Return provide to the board a fire prevention plan for Cambria for board consideration. Target was first quarter 25.
Fine.
I think you should just leave that.
Because, we are making progress on Mr. Hirsch can sort of maybe, comment on this, in, our efforts to get a civil, it's called civil. Administrative citation program, yeah, because, essentially the fire code, state fire code, which we got by reference, contains sounds like all the necessary elements of a defensible space ordinance, right? Or does it?
I would again defer to.
Yeah, it absolutely does, yeah.
It does, so we're already, there, the enforcement part, in other words, is, hopefully on the way. Now, I don't know about the organizational chart. If that's something that we still need. Or what that would mean exactly in practice, because it's.
No, I think the idea there is to have a budget as far as what he needs to do a good fire prevention program, okay? even if we have that ordinance, he still doesn't have the people to go
We-
around
yeah.
and do the inspection.
We've got the budget there, and the third item, I was thinking the organizational chart.
Right.
May just be part of the budget, because usually an organizational chart is part of a budget, so maybe we just conflate those two.
To the next one, report on the progress of implementing the zone haven system and the emergency alert system. Fire chief.
I think we take it off.
Yeah, it was completed.
All
It's
right.
basically completed.
There's still some, little bit of work behind the scenes done, but like I said, as a whole, that's been.
It's done, right? That's good news. The page that
Yep, yeah.
last time, present report to the board regarding the allocation of the general funds for service that are funded through the general fund.
That's actually, I think.
That belongs on the next page.
You've done that. It was the, it was the aspect of the budget policy, it was approved, yeah.
So it should be taken off then.
Yeah.
Okay. Any last comments for this group, for the fire prevention?
Hmm.
Let's go to facility and resources. Page 56, define the future use and funding for the vets hall. General manager, facility, resource, whole board, ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
So this has been, one of the things in terms of past practices that I've noticed coming in as the general manager, and it is a community center. We do allow a lot of events to occur here from our local groups, whether it be from the Lions, Follies, what are all the different artists?
Center yards,
All of them, yeah.
The Wildflower Show.
Wildflower, and what I have noticed, consistently is fees being waived and have been waived, for years. It's gonna be a tough decision to make, but I can't do it. So when we have rental fees, they're gonna be in the range of $2,000. We typically, I've seen invoices cut to practically nothing or 50%. And if we're really gonna fix the issue with our facilities and resources department, even the greatest of all groups that does all the benefits in the world to the community are gonna have to start paying our rental fees that are also gonna go up under the rate study that we're doing right now, in order to start being a little more forward thinking about this department.
That is a good point, but this is a vets hall, and even the American Legion now has to pay something.
Yeah, we renegotiated that contract with the American Legion, who are paying $1 a year,
Yeah.
and then we worked it out in a tiered, I think it went 5, 1,000, 1,500, something
Yeah,
like
something like that.
that. But they understood, but they did make a point that whatever we take on the front end, that, takes away from their charitable things on the back end, but they're making adjustments. But I think in order to keep running this department the way it goes, it's not working. And so, we're gonna have to start kind of, in my opinion, right, charging all groups, all interest groups that use this facility, the full rates that are gonna be adjusted. So, that's just one piece of this, but we talk about, and David can really chime in on, actually, I'd like him to chime in on, the issues with the floors, with, our slider termites.
Yeah, there was, I guess about a year ago, before, I was here, apparently it, attended the building. So with the termite, anything known with termites, the old wood and structure needs to be removed. It's gonna come back in 3 to 5 years. So one of the things, what I have seen is just a Band-Aid right now. There's stuff on the south end that needs to be replaced, the window, the slider, it's rotted underneath on this backside. There's approximately about a little over 6 feet that comes in underneath the foundation. That's the same thing with this backside here. We got sloping going. You got roughly about 2.5 here. It's gonna be getting worse on this far side, on the north side. Yeah, like I said, siding down by the barbecue pit. I mean, this place it's being held together, barely. The ventilation, the roof caps, all that stuff needs to be redone. We had two of them blow off in the last storm, so we got trash bags on. It's just, there's a lot of, things that need to be updated in here, such as the PA system, the wiring, everything else for also for the board meetings. Turn around the lighting. I mean, I know it's somewhat current, but it does need to be updated to cut down on costs, like for these rentals. Basically, like today, where we're in here, we're running heaters and the lights. I don't know where the funds are coming for that. You know, I know it's from the general, I know it's part of the whole thing, but every time you have a rental, it's barely touching it. And this is where the cleanup and stuff of that nature, or even our coverage on it, we're cleaning up back on Mondays. It's not an adequate job being done by the users and also by the other companies that were in here, janitorial service. So we dedicated one day on that Monday to get it ready for the week. So that's taken allocations from our general and also from our other responsibilities in the community, turn around and put it back into it.
So that's data that needs to go into the fee changes.
Yeah, that's what I was, first thing I was
Correct.
gonna say was,
There's quite a bit
that
that
needs to
goes
be
on.
documented.
So
that-
maybe the thing that was never done before is that the maintenance costs and deferred maintenance, but also forward maintenance was never really ever worked into those
Yeah.
fees. They'd be quite a bit higher if you have to account for what needs to be done in the building, not just to fix it, but to maintain it going forward. And it should be part of the operating costs.
Well,
Sorry.
you gotta be careful because you don't want to drive everybody out of here
Right.
either.
Correct.
You can't have fees so high that they won't go somewhere else. I mean, the Jocelyn Center charges very little for, and that's why people like the Lions and other organizations meet there now instead of here. Is because they were getting basically much cheaper rates over there than they were getting here. So when he does the rate study, certainly he needs to look at how much it costs us, but he also needs to check with other areas and how much those people will charge for doing the same service, right?
Who funds the Jocelyn Center?
The Jocelyn Center is self-funded.
They have
Little bit of
dues.
help.
They
It's a
have
non,
dues.
it's a nonprofit, it's a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be able to charge the amount it actually costs to run this place.
No,
So
nothing sweeter, actually.
yeah, it would price us out of any sort of market.
Yeah,
And like David's saying, if we're breaking even or taking a loss, then either way, we have to move forward towards something that helps us be a
Is
little more
Yeah.
sustainable. So like Dave was saying, LED lights,
Right.
you know, the heating, the insulation, you know, things that are kind of fun sucking. You know, then you take into account staff time to do these types of things. It's becoming unmanageable.
like putting solar on the roof.
So look,
But I think grants is a way to go, okay? Cayucos, that's hall is now being totally renovated. Thanks to Supervisor Gibson.
Right, it was Kevin.
And many, and many.
Yeah, county.
But, I think a grant may be to look at making this place an emergency resource,
evacuation center.
right?
We're looking at it.
And if we can write that, so that we can get the funding to upgrade this to that, we could pile in all of the stuff that needs to be done with this. Like the roof, et cetera, putting solar up there, whatever we need to do, emergency generator. And I think that's gonna be the only key to getting all this done.
Have we tried to get that grant already before? Have we tried to get that grant?
Yeah, we wrote a grant to try to put an emergency generator. Okay, and it was denied. I don't know how that was denied. But it was. That was to PG&E. Okay, so what I think we're looking at is either going to FEMA, okay, or at least to Cal OES saying, hey, we need this money so we have a center where people can go after a tsunami, earthquake, fire.
Title
Center, center.
Isn't this where Cal OES sets up though in an emergency?
The last one
It's,
I did.
it's possible. You know, Red Cross has reached out, you know, during the storms, they always want to know, hey, what's the status of that? That's all for sure.
Right.
And so, you know, it's always in it,
Cause
whether it's designated as an emergency, you know, area or not, they can still
request funds.
Right. I'm just wondering if that's more attractive for grant, if you have like OES setting up at the site, you know, and it's not up to snuff, would that kind of help aid funding or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the issue is, will county OES get here? Okay? If there's an earthquake in the area, county OES may not get here for a week, 2 weeks, right?
So
What do we
during,
do in the meantime?
so during the storms last year, the operations center was Santa Rosa Church. And it was Santa Rosa Church because it was flooding down here.
Right.
So the fact that it floods around the backside of our building and everything, is that a problem in getting a grant from FEMA to use this as an emergency center?
But I think it's worth looking into either way.
No, I think
right?
it
Yeah,
is
you
too.
look
I'm
into
just-
it and see, and what if we go and we follow the process of saying, what does that require? And see what, you know. see
Well,
what
and
we
it's
can
on our
make happen.
radar for this, so we talked about an evacuation route for the climate adaptive resiliency grant that we were working on, and we were looking at the evacuation route, and once we kind of ran into those troubles, this was the next thing on my target was this place being an emergency evacuation center, because that has to do with some resiliency community-wide under, you know, threats of storms and fires and things of that nature, so, it's on our radar for sure, grant-wise.
I was on the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, a lot of us were actually, Harry,
We were
Harry
talking,
and David and you and I were all
we're
on.
talking deferred, maintenance of 400,000. How much does that go to?
Yeah, we have a number. Is that
It was
still a
like
fair
390
number?
or 400.
For
I
maintenance?
don't know what, yeah, I'm drawing a
It
blank.
was never done, I don't think it was ever really systematically,
Okay, it was one of these that was.
systematically, arrived at, and Carlos was doing this, but. And the CIP list has, you know, a list of things which are quite, you know, but beyond that, it's obviously $700,000, several $100,000. And, I think it's part of our general revenue problem.
Yeah, to make it a emergency center, I really think you need to get a architect or engineer in here to say, yes, we can make this thing earthquake proof, we can make it fireproof, et cetera, et cetera. This is what that budget is going to be, and then you can use that when you go with your grant. Okay, that David's not gonna be able to come up with that himself.
It's on, it's a scope of work.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about using something like this for that resiliency grant, that grant is due in May.
Yes.
So do we have time to get costs
Well,
to
we're gonna-
submit to ask for a grant?
I'm trying to set up a meeting with Abby, the grant manager, to talk about our different avenues. So I can find out what that needs to look like.
Okay.
So on the list here, short term, I mean, review of rental rates is ongoing, right?
Correct.
And identifying, I mean, I guess the other seeking non-CSD funding sources for maintenance and operations is the other what we're talking about. Grants. Do those all stand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
then,
mean, they're pretty much all standing, you know, I consider them as, we're spinning our wheels when we talk about improvements to the vets hall, because we just don't have the funding, right? And then we talk about outreach for more community use, but until we change our rates and figure out the break-even point, or, you know, are we losing money doing these types of things? Or do we just keep the cycle of putting ourselves in a bigger hole? You know, I don't know how much it costs to operate this place on any given one day with heat and lighting and things like that. I mean, I guess we could look into it study wise, but I mean, those are all stands. They're still as is, status quo, I would say.
Do we know how much the school district charges, San Simeon to have their board meetings there?
I don't know. No. No. CCHD also, needs to, I believe, have the district.
Yeah.
I can reach out to
They don't charge, they don't reach out to me. I don't think they charge a lot, but it's a small room though too.
I don't think.
That's the
we
other
charge
piece of it.
for-
AGP, what do we pay for AGP?
Yeah,
I mean, we didn't charge them $3,500 a month.
yeah.
So we pay about
When
$3,600.
Met here, I think it was like $100 a meeting.
How much was it?
I think it was 100.
You're talking about the, school?
San Simeon.
Yeah.
When they met here,
They met
we
here and
didn't
we-
charge them that much
Yeah,
either.
I don't think the school does either. I'm just guessing.
So we pay $3,800 a month for AGP,
Yeah.
you know, which is a big expense.
Mhm.
You know, you wonder about what are some of the investments we could take some of those monies. I mean, sure, it's nice. They come in, they set it all up, and it gets sent to slow span, it's archived, but you know, how much do we pay for Zoom licenses and?
Yeah.
And how much?
A couple $1,000s a year.
A year.
Mhm.
Not too much,
Sure.
but it's a good point about the vets hall. It's part of the whole general fund, and especially the administrative pot there, that if you can save money on AGP, you can spend more on the vets hall.
Yeah,
As a general principle, I don't know if it's an objective, it's just something we have to.
you know, we talked about this before, you know, not to go down a rabbit hole, but maybe one of the objectives for F and R would be finding a different place for board meetings. You know, so we talked about rent, we pay 33,000 a month, 3,400 a month to rent our district offices that constantly have water leaking through the ceiling, we've damaged TVs, computers, carpet, tiles, everything imaginable. Facilities and resources needs to move their building out of the floodplain. We've talked about a prefab modular type building on the East Ranch. Could we make it a little bit larger to house our administrative offices? You know, is there potential to purchase property to then make our administrative offices and a permanent boardroom meeting that would have the infrastructure upgrades technology wise, where you have mics that drop down from the ceiling, video cameras run by Zoom, and you're not paying AGP $3,800 a month, you know, so we spend a lot of money to have our board meetings here, but all that does is really suck the money out of the facilities and resources fund and out of the general fund. At the same time, paying for the electricity and the heating and the lighting and the staff time and the setup and the breakdown. I don't know, something to think about.
I've heard this issue by my board, the Cambria Community Council. I got two of my informal leaders are saying we should support this. It is the center of the community. I think we're probably a couple years away, but at least I got their attention. Before it was 2 years ago, it was a hard no. So now I got two of my informal leaders saying we need the center here.
So, yeah, Dick was on the, part of the ad hoc committee process. He was one of our public people there. And so, yeah, I mean, give us your impression of how that, I was frustrated by the fact that we didn't come up with.
But the
anything
problem was,
hard, but-
we had the right people there,
Yeah.
but it goes back to our demographics. We're about 30 years too late. We needed the World War II veterans and the Korean veterans. There's no energy to save this here. There are no memories. We have no Boy Scouts left. We have no Girl Scouts left. Harry and I are the young guys in our generation group. There just isn't the energy for this. So, Tom had the right people in his ad hoc committee. We didn't have the answers, and this is not the first time. This is probably the fourth or fifth time. Because I've talked to a lot of people that have been on a committee like this. And what we're looking for is who's going to do it. You got a couple of my favorite projects coming up. One is the skate park, which we agreed that we'd do the maintenance fund. We also got the East Ranch coming up with those things. I can get money for that. What I'm toying with is how can I combine a group to get money to you for the East Ranch, the skate park, and here. Right now, I have $10,000 I'm holding for you on a private donation for this building.
Oh,
I
nice.
got 27,000 for the frisbee golf. And I got all the skate park money. So there's a lot of folks out there. We didn't get the right mission. But I just don't know how to get the money to you, and that was a problem. One of the things you need to look at, Tom's wife Barbara, when she was at the healthcare district, set up a 501c3. Since I've been on the board, we bought them a used ambulance. We bought them radios, and we paid for the down payment on the ambulance they just got. So my board will respond to the community needs. So you need to find a need that serves all the community. And we can then fund the money. We got to find the conduit. So I'm here to say, how can we collaborate? And we've done a good job on the projects. It's just a matter of it's never quick enough. And it comes down to the people.
Mhm.
There's nobody's out there. And that was the problem we had. Who's gonna run it?
Yeah. Who has the passion for it and really wants to run something that, having like a 501(c)(3), it's a lot of work,
Right.
to do, and, especially to start.
We just try to tag it on to somebody.
Yeah, but
The Legion should be the one doing it. But that's not really a viable group, just saying, how long is that group gonna last? And that's the problem we have, and there just isn't energy, saying, who can we tack it on to?
Mhm.
And we're losing groups all the time. They're just,
Yeah, so,
well, I am looking at it. I don't have the answer, but saying, well, if we can bind them. And the other thing that coming off of this building, we probably could do projects of saying, if you wanted to do the sound system, or if you wanted to do the kitchen, make it a community type deal, and we could fund the money through the Alliance or somebody. We could let's just do a group project at a time, do a fundraiser for a project at a time that benefits the community, and then you can do the other items, but we haven't forgotten about you guys. It's a tough one.
thank you.
Any questions on that? Well, let's go to my favorite one, the skate park. This will be,
Jim,
Well, as far as the updated target completion date, I'm still comfortable with that second quarter of 2025.
that's great.
We've had some requests and some setbacks on there,
Right.
most recent being the 106, section 106 that we're having to complete. And, so we should be coming on that. Any other setbacks you see? This good part?
We're still in the planning.
We're in good shape.
The March, what is it, March 14th, it's going to the planning,
April 11th,
April, yeah.
April 11th?
not that I know about it.
Yeah. So April 11th is the meeting where it goes before
Planning commission.
planning commission, okay.
The first bullet is done, isn't it? It's completed.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, let's go to the East Ranch. The restrooms in the East Ranch.
Through the planning phase and the minor use permit, we're now in the construction phase of it. We are looking at relocations, which hopefully will not delay the construction permit. We need to be mindful right now that the lead time on that building is just short of 9 months. It's 260 days. It's like 8.7 months. So we have the funding. We should probably have some discussion on purchasing and getting that coming. If you look at basically right now, we'd be getting it just in time for Christmas, which is not a great time to install that. Especially if we have another El Nino.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of looking for some help there on what you guys want to put for a target completion date. Obviously, the bathroom lead time is the key piece of that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the prefab's 9 months.
Well, we drop down to Michael and the Throws Committee. Present options and estimated costs and maintenance costs and the funding sources for the projects.
Yeah, I would, offer to reword this. In my opinion, the objective is bring updated community park plan to the board. Delete the four components there. Those are four of the components that are under consideration. My hunch is not all four of those will survive will make the cut. But that's, the community park plan ad hoc committee is going through. We've developed a project viability matrix, evaluating each of the components, grinding through that. It was one of our site visits where we're out, on site, looking at, where the playground's gonna go, walking, the potential trails, and we scratched our heads and asked ourselves, well, this is where the restroom's gonna go, why is that? And so we brought that back up, and if that were we're going to delay things, then we probably would just blow it off, but it sounds like that probably won't, and so, we've got a proposal to bring to the board that, you know, the convenience of the board agenda. But, you know, and timing, the intent, you know, what we want to do is be ready to hit the ground when the doors open to that restroom in November or December or next March or April, whenever that happens, we want to know, all right, what's the next, what's phase, is this phase 3, the restroom? What do you call it? What do you call the restroom? Phase 2 or phase 3?
It's phase one. It's the linchpin for everything that develops out there.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, the dog park and the parking lot were officially phase 1.
No, I think it's officially phase 2.
I think this is officially phase 2, and so we want to have the phase 3 defined. And, and Dick has already told us there's money in the bank for the disc golf. We want to have that plan that says, all right, here's the boundaries, we've got the boundaries defined, and it may be right where they showed them to the board last year, or it may be slightly tweaked, because,
Because
they
the
have
bathroom's not
they have to
there.
fit within the boundaries. But we want to have that plan to the board, and, basically be ready to break ground on the next phase. And have a plan to get the funds, and so that's what we're thinking, but yeah, I would reword this, in its entirety, yeah. Shall I read that to you again for a pass, or did you get it already?
Yeah, bring updated community park plan to the board of directors.
Yeah, and I'd say 4Q, whatever date we have on the rest, well, I'd say 4Q, we'll have that. Probably sooner, but, we'll have that plan, because I have a feeling we're gonna come to the board, we're gonna go back. We're gonna come back to the board, and we're gonna go back, and that's okay. That's what the dialogue is for. And before we get to the board, we'll have, lots of, community input.
You want to put present updated.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like present.
Okay, we'll do that too. Yeah, we'll present.
Hey, you can do the picnic tables now, And I
Right.
think Mr. Aguirre got some free ones for us, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm looking in, I got some benches and stuff that's
Mhm.
already been, they're sitting in the shop.
And since they're not gonna be permanently installed in concrete yet, is there any reason why they can't go there now?
How much were they doing?
Free, that's our favorite word.
So just so I'm clear on there were changes to the restroom location. Got some discussion on
That
it.
hasn't come before the board yet.
It hasn't come before the board yet, but let's say if it is. So Jim, you're saying that would not affect the timetable?
Okay.
Potentially it could. It could. The county wanted to dig its heels in during the construction. I mean, any alter of the plans could go back to a review and kick it back to planning again.
So this will
I'm
make,
not saying it's 100%. I'm not gonna say, yeah, no, it's just a minor change. Don't worry about it.
that it makes a difference where it is as far as how close it is to the connections to the water and sewer too, doesn't it?
It would.
And it's been in the location it is now since the original FERMA plan in 2009 that was brought to before the board, and in 2014. And then it's been brought to the board every time we've discussed the restroom. So I'd like to know if anyone asked FERMA why they put it where they put it on the plans.
They did.
Why did it though?
Yeah.
Yeah, why that was.
Why
made
it
that-
was put where it was put on the plans, because we've looked at it on the board level multiple times. And it has never been brought up before moving it.
And interestingly enough, if you look at the plans that were submitted at Monte Soto's plans for CDS, the community park master plan that you've seen a gazillion times has the restroom facing this way, and the permit drawings have it facing that way.
That was, the board changed that.
The board changed
Board
that.
did change that.
Okay, facing towards the parking lot.
Less scenic view.
Well, I
I was
think
saying
we
it's-
changed
I think-
it so it was more easily visible to the FNR yard for security reasons.
And so maybe my suggestion here is just we keep the objectives as they are, except for we put the new objective in about the plan. And of course, we're talking now about what's the process of getting the plan approved through the board. But I do think, I'm fine with that idea of having rather than those 4 items kind of separated, separately listed there in the.
Yeah,
the
those
law.
are not four sequential steps.
Right, exactly. So I think the way that you have it there is better. We should go with that, I think.
Yeah.
So if I could just ask a question that we really can't answer here, since we don't have authority over it, what is it that we can do to initiate something at the county level for them to take care of that? It leads into like.
Well, we're, one
Be
thing,
vocal.
Yell and scream.
one thing that Pros is stirring up, and, one of the, Kermit and I talked with the GM, and, can we have, present to the county, here are the top needs that in terms of, at least in terms of pedestrian safety and pathways, these are the top needs that this community has of the county. We find that everyone communicates pet projects, needs various, and they're all important. But what the county hears is voices coming from many directions, and they kind of drown each other out. It's almost as if there's 100 people paddling a canoe all in different directions, and it's not going anywhere. What we're going to try to do is have, bring to Pros. This is, these are the top projects we have need from the county, and ask the general, then bring that to the board, and with the intent that whatever influence the CCSD has, communicate that these are the projects. Kermit happens to be on NCAC, and present that from the NCAC perspective. And there's probably, a number of other ways to, become the squeaky wheel that eventually gets some grease, because that is, in terms of getting that road paved is pretty clearly the, top visibility and, priority need. Of course, we're not talking about roads that are collapsing, but in terms of.
They don't have the money to do that. They don't have the money to fix Hartford.
So, but it's
save that road.
right, but the county has a 5-year plan. And at the end of their 5-year plan, there's a list of future projects. So can you guess how many Cambria projects are on that future list?
0?
Yeah. So
That's why you need a 5-year plan or more.
So, at least you get, because it's like, it's like a ratchet, right? Little by little, you get it on the future list. Eventually it gets on the 5-year list. Do I want to wait 5 years? Again, inappropriate word, no. We don't want to wait 5 years, but, right now, we're not even on the list. So, keep working and get it on the list, get it in their visibility, keep pushing. It'll get done faster that way than if we just sit here quietly complaining.
FYI, we are gonna, I think it's on the agenda in April, one of the April meetings, we do have a resolution that we're gonna fire off to the county about the road, just to start things going, so.
Yeah,
we're
multiple directions. Yeah, multiple voices,
And I think
same message.
part of, we should continue to do the bathroom and all this, because then we can say to them, all these people are gonna be on this road and it's gonna get torn up even more and it's gonna cost you even more to fix it. So
Fix it now.
fix it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can bring this up, but if I'm wrong with my facts here, please let me know. But I seem to recall when we did purchase the ranch, the county did give us a specific amount of money. And what was stipulated with that specific amount of money is that we would have a community park.
Yeah.
So, they gave us the funding, a small portion of it, to buy the ranch if we build a community park. So they're kind of intimately involved
Yeah.
in this. So they kind of have an obligation
We need to
to
be
allow us
reminded.
to actually
Yeah.
do the community park in a fashion that is done as, how could you say it, as professionally as possible?
Yeah,
Which means having a paved road getting in there.
that's right.
Right. He gave us $500,000
Yeah.
towards buying that for the community park. Now they need to give us the road to get
That's
to it.
exactly right.
Well, that's about what half a road would cost.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that seems reasonable. $1 million for that, if you pave it, right?
Well, at the very least they could do is grade it and put down some compacted road base. For now.
You'll need some retention on that,
Yeah, still-
lodge side as
Yeah.
well. You should probably have a sidewalk.
Yeah.
Along the west side, so you can view
So
the
more
creek,
like $1 million.
yeah.
Cause I
Does-
just found the
yeah.
culvert just recently, this last week. I
You what?
scraped it, I found the culvert, the pipe that turns around, it was
Yeah.
buried about 2 feet in the ground. So that's where I know I'm gonna get it from the community, but the berries got removed. And I had to push them completely back and took them all out, dug it out a trench, and the water is sitting right above it, it's off by a foot. But the culvert is there, it is open underneath. Accidentally sheared it and took out a chunk, and you can see inside, so it's hollow. So, but it's just trying to get a backhoe or some of that nature, pull back a little bit more, so the water will flow, so it'll get some of the erosion off there, so we land up with the pockets of water and everything.
I
So
think the lodge needs to pay for that.
that's
think
actually
so,
our
too.
property.
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
up
I
to the
don't really
stop?
care. I mean.
Up to the stop sign, park hours.
Yeah.
So anything else for the East Ranch here? The next one looks like it's already been completed.
Oh, that's a good.
Yeah, that's a duplicate.
Yeah.
An item with
Oh,
fire
okay.
safety, so yeah, you're saying it's been.
All right, we have completed this process. Has anybody a final statement? on that?
Well, yeah, but, you know,
Back around.
Chief,
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
and this is not final statement, but this is, in, perhaps, some additional objectives that might be appropriate.
Oh, you're going there. I was talking about the you're talking about the objectives, right?
I'm still on the objectives.
Yeah.
I'm already moved to the next topic, of
Right.
future dates. Right, and I've got, a few items to bring up. So potential, open space management plans, we've got urban water management plan, right? And you bring that to the R&I committee, that kind of defines how we provide drinking water. We've got, the SSMP, the sanitary sewer, management plan, right? That's R&I when we're ready, right? Denise brings the quarterly budget reports to the finance committee. This is how, and finance committee reviews it and comes to the board. But we've got open spaces and we don't have open space management plans that, have alignment, balancing the needs of fire protection, the needs for utilities access, the needs for, the preservation interests of the community. And with an absence of plans that define, like, okay, the Fern Canyon, if there's a sewer issue, I mean, utilities may just need to go in. The Schwartzes aren't gonna be happy because, well, it's an emergency, gotta go in. Fire protection, right? When it comes time for this, for clearing, it's. So what I'd like to see is, collaboration of the departments of, of plans that meet the needs of all the departments, meet the needs of the community. Seems to me that, plans, if for all of our open space, inventory, and those plans seems like they would come to the pros committee, and then pros committee would weigh in, they'd come to the board. And then that would be the plan, and if any one of the dimensions, because you've got kind of a triangle here, the need for access of utilities, right? Build the road, right? But maybe not, like, what's the most efficient way? Fire protection, well, if we want to have minimum fire risk, all right, right? Just let Cal Fire come in and do whatever they want, and they'll reduce fire risk, but the preservation interests will say, you went too far. I would see,
There's easements on all those.
of
So-
course, conservation
Yeah,
easements.
so all that needs to be taken into account.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea.
And my sense as part of that would be to define Fiscalina Ranch and the responsibilities that are around Fiscalina Ranch.
that's the biggest one.
Yeah, and what's our responsibility and what's FFR?
Oh, that responsibility matrix, it's time to
Yeah.
get that done.
Because you can't do everything,
Correct.
Yeah.
and they need to do some of what's going on.
The volunteer group, Mr. Thomas is very aware.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of contributions on their behalf, but there is a lot. I balanced out quite a bit in
Yeah,
the past
I
8
know.
months. Or 7 months I've been here, and it's been received really well.
Yeah,
It's just, I know ongoing, it's going to be a little bit harder.
that's why we need a plan.
Yeah, I do agree. That's the main focus on this point.
So maybe the first part of it is to define, the responsibilities between FFRP and the
Yeah.
CCSD.
Yeah.
Yeah, that appendix 5 needs to be done and adopted. by the
Yeah,
board.
so should that be its own objective, separate from the open space management plan? Because you need to define that first, I think.
Well, they can, those can proceed in parallel. Yeah, because open space management plan is, you look at the ranch management plan, that's already in place. Shrink that 10% and shrink it again, to about 1%, and then, okay, your open space management plan will be relatively concise. Few pages, I would think, I would hope.
The open space would.
Management plan for each property,
Ooh,
Or each property,
Yeah.
each parcel?
for each type of parcels. For example, Fern Canyon
well, I mean,
as
the
an
first,
entity.
wouldn't the first one be
Talking about.
inventorying?
Well, of course, then the first step, and perhaps you want to put that on our set of goals. That is one of the goals of pros.
Yeah.
Perhaps you want that defined as an objective of the inventory here.
My guess, my take on that is that maybe this is something that should be, staff has to initiate, and initiate it and bring it to the pros committee and then the board. And I'm all for that too. I think we need to also define what CCSD properties would be under this plan, which ones are not conservation properties, conservation easement properties. We'll still haven't sorted that out yet. And those that aren't conservation easement properties, what to do with them. And that needs to be part of it's basically CCSD property management plan.
Right,
Essentially, in a broad sense. And of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, we could call it that, and,
Yeah.
but I want to see it on our strategic plan as an objective.
how would you word it?
Well, Tom suggested something a bit different. I would suggest open space management plans. In place for, CCSD owned parcels.
Management plan for CCSD owned undeveloped parcels.
Exactly.
Should apply,
Mhm.
conservation easement, no conservation easement, everything
Yeah.
that just doesn't have a building on it.
Yeah, but it needs to be narrowed down to just CCSD open, undeveloped properties, not open space in
Right.
general, because
Yeah.
we
Well
only
put.
have
Well put.
control
Mhm.
over
Right.
CCSD properties.
Yeah,
Correct, and that's one thing, Dave, we've covered when I first came on. We have that already set up. We went through everything, found the ends and turned around and separated. We did a
Oh,
great job.
so you have the,
Easements,
So you
yeah,
already have the inventory?
it's 197, but overall, there's a little.
And you know how many of them are conservation easement? Okay,
Yes.
so you've already done that.
Yep.
Okay.
We've already done that. That was one of the first things that I've done.
And have you given that to pros?
No, I have not.
Okay, that one
That's
thing
a
is
work.
already done for you.
Correct. Jeff and I, we've collaborated about it and we talked.
Yeah, we've been working on that for a few months.
Yeah, so that's good. So I don't know if the board has seen it.
Yeah, the board hasn't seen
Board
it.
hasn't seen it.
Correct.
But that's an inventory,
Yeah.
right? And then the next step is, so what's the plan?
And see, and one of the things when I first came in was finding out what was all part of the weed abatement.
Yeah.
Which ones had easements and everything of that nature. I was working with, the previous chief and also Ryan on it. And that's where we turned around and got all this, and this was the day he came out and he was willing to help me out and get a bunch of this jump started. And we jump started it, and then at the end of the season, I stuck it in a file. So I'm like, I'll wait until next year, we'll pull it back out and we'll turn around and redress everything when we come across that, get red tag.
Yeah,
So-
so for this goal,
Yeah.
what's important is the different stakeholders, so I was candid with Director Thomas, because he came by to meet the gym, and I was like, excuse me, this scares the pants off me, because, I'm worried, and I don't mean this, in a negative way, but I'm worried, I'm scared to death of all the weed abatement issues and mitigating all the open lots and being able to say, okay, on this point, go, and I give it to our contractor, and it just gets eradicated, because the chief and I come from a fire background, and the community, when we get to that point in the season where everybody's really, really worried about these open lots, whether it's CCSD lots or private lots, I didn't want anything to hamper our ability to execute. So we like to get stuff done with this new regime that we have. We're looking to get stuff completed rapidly. But I do understand Director Thomas's aspect of it, like, okay, well, what is our plan to do that? And how do we navigate the special interests of easements, or other stakeholders? Mr. Pearson's worked on potentially, fingers crossed, this large grant that will be awarded to help with some of those maintenance issues. And I didn't want anything to get in the way there. And as Chief can attest, there are different philosophies around fire protection,
That's what I'm
and so
talking about.
yeah, there are different philosophies. So those philosophies should probably at some point come down to have input on what this plan is. It'll be an interesting discussion, because I think, CAL FIRE and the Forest Service, they have very different views on what weed abatement would look like.
And it's gonna have to go far enough in fire prevention to satisfy the requirements of this grant. Right?
Well, no, the conservation is really defining,
That enough, yeah.
yeah. Cause that tells us what we can do, what we can't do,
Mhm.
okay? And so we go up to that, we go no farther. Okay, and that truly is what we do for fire protection, and that's all we can do. So I think, that's, when the management plan comes out, it'll be divided into those properties that have a conservation.
Oh, yeah.
plan And those that don't.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think you should treat those properties really differently. Okay,
More than
I think they should all be treated equal.
Mm.
You take out the brush and the stuff that's going to be easily caught on fire, and the dead trees and the diseased trees you take out, or, at least you trim them up and do that. But other than that, you kind of pull back and you say, well, the rest of it is, a conservation easement. Okay, so I don't think there's gonna be any difference when you end up treating those properties, really, they should be all treated.
Yeah, that would be a good outcome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
And I think we delete the words open space at the front end, Karen's suggestion, because it's redundant. They're undeveloped.
The management plan for CSD, exactly, yeah. And I would suggest the who on that would be facilities and resources manager, fire chief, and GM.
And Mr. Pearson.
And
with
Dave
the
Pearson is,
grant.
yeah, fire with the fire safe focus in this.
Sure.
I think what
Function
you
fire
wanna do is you wanna create a maintenance plan. Or you wanna,
No, the outcome we want.
create or
We
develop.
want management plan. Like, oh, if you need verbs,
How about develop a management plan for?
yeah.
Or is that?
We really
Yeah,
ought to
develop-
delete all the
Let's
verbs
delete.
and just explain what it is we want. Yeah, we're.
That
Yeah,
was, that was, you already put the community park projects, community park update, right? Yeah.
Okay, what next did you have, Michael? You said you had several.
Right, Deborah already brought up the defining the FRP, responsibility matrix, and we're not gonna put that as an objective. Okay,
Well, so, well, I would just say why, because I think it's gonna be on, the agenda, very soon, coming out of the finance committee, because that's a recommendation to the finance committee.
so another, one of the external threats that didn't make the cut, rising up, but the complaints from one resident regarding noise from the dog park and, so would we have an objective to address this threat by conducting a sound study, to determine whether noise levels are exceeding municipal ordinance? And I spent an hour looking through our ordinances trying to find sound level wording and I couldn't find it.
In the county ordinance.
Of course, right.
There's no exception for public park.
Thanks, so I know who to ask and I'll waste another hour. But,
I suspect we're within the limits,
I suspect,
I think, for
Yeah.
parks.
And-
That's not a,
and that wouldn't come on this list, that might be a thing that pros should do, right?
Yeah, it's just a monthly.
But conducting a sound study, is gonna cost a dime, right? I don't know, so,
see, my thinking is,
I just want to get your thoughts.
my thinking is that we could, conduct a study that shows we're fine, in terms of all the rules, county rules, and the person who's complaining about it will still be complaining.
Oh,
I don't know.
this is likely true, but right now, I don't know. I can't say we're there's no case because we're within the, county ordinance. I don't know that. If I don't know it, then I can't claim it. I don't know.
Well, and email Mr. Hirsch and have Mr. Hirsch have one of his people find the ordinance that we're familiar with.
Yeah.
And I believe there's an exception. for
Yeah, there is.
parks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are,
But there's there's still would
Fine.
be decibel levels that could be looked at.
Yeah.
In a broader sense. But it wouldn't be a violation because of that.
So is there anything particular regarding dog decibel levels, or just people decibel levels? If I'm not mistaken, Leilon's initial main concern was how early in the morning the dog's barking started.
Right, right.
And once David did an adjustment there, it doesn't open till 7:30. I think they kind of toned her down a little bit. Now, Leilon is probably still gonna be upset one fashion or another. And I guess if I were living above a dog park, I might be upset too. I mean, since the dog park came after they moved there, but nevertheless, I think that's where she's at right now.
And I'll share that the day after David put those signs in, I communicated that and, immediately, the response was, yeah, those little signs, yeah, that's nice, but you really should, and then there was the next ask. Yeah, and so,
She wants the whole dog park moved.
That's right.
Wants it gone.
We should be a little careful.
so,
Yeah.
right, so, I mean, so should pros initiate a sound study? I mean,
No.
it's not a
No,
pros
pros-
thing.
pros is
No.
no. It's not a it's not a position.
I didn't think so, right? So that's why I wanted to bring it up here, like, what should we do there?
You've
You
done it
said
already.
there's exceptions to the sound level for a park?
I looked at it at one point, and as I recall, there's the noise ordinance doesn't apply, there's an exception for
So,
public parks.
so if the noise ordinance doesn't apply, is there any point doing a noise study?
No.
That would be the case. So I guess I'll follow up with David on that and bring it back. And then, last topic is actually a little bigger, but those were all sort of within, this facilities and resources scope. But this next one is integrative. And, you You've probably all seen the former strategic plan, 21 to 24, and the goals there were kind of cross-cutting. There was one that said, achieve and sustain adequate financial resources to fill the mission. Right, so that was an integrative goal. There was objectives under that. What the district did in the last year's strategic plan was great, switching to a functional set of goals. So currently, the goals we have are functioning, like water department, wastewater department, fire department, facilities and resources, right? And but there are no integrative goals. And
Those goals were developed based on the core services that we provide under
Exactly.
LAFCO.
and functional goals are excellent. I wouldn't, delete any of them. I mean, they're absolutely essential. But we have no goals about, there are no goals about fiscal, the fiscal needs and the integration. So sort of hidden within fire department and F&R goals, there's a figure out how to fund the vets hall, right? But this is a district level issue. I would suggest a district level goal, which is something about financial stability, financial stewardship.
This is a minor update though, so we're not adding goals until January.
I recognize that. And I also recognize that the board and staff can do the right thing anytime the board and staff see that there's a right thing to be done. And so in my opinion, that's a gap. That's a clear gap.
I agree. I agree. We have fiscal responsibility in the core values. But we don't really have a goal that speaks directly to fiscal responsibility. And I'm not saying that I have the answer for that. I'm just saying, how do you address that? For instance, we were in the process of looking at general manager, quote unquote, responsibilities, or what was that called? Expectations.
Role and responsibilities of the general manager.
For the general manager. And what Los Osos did was, and I got this from you, right? Yeah, Los Osos had the general manager's evaluation based on the strategic plan. And when you look at our goals and objectives, they're kind of each individual, but yes, you're responsible for that. So I think what Michael's talking about is, how do you look at things integrating all of the departments in order to be fiscally responsible? I mean, how do we measure that?
Yeah, if we can satisfy all of our goals with nobody talking to each other across the departments, not that that would be the case.
Because you guys do talk.
Yes, but there's no goal driving that. There's no goal.
I think the way to sort this out is to look at the core values, or more than just values, they're sort of senior to the goals.
Yeah.
In pursuing all of these goals that are specific to particular people on staff, we pursue those overriding values. Now, I think what I see goals, and then why it's good now, I think, to have it with, department or service authorities, as it were, is that you can assign the execution of a goal and objectives to particular people in particular departments. And if you look at these, a lot of these who lists are already integrated. And the one we just were talking about, the management plan for the CCSD undeveloped parcels, you've got the general manager, you've got the fire chief, you've got the facilities resources manager, and you've got a citizen, CSFFD, whatever it is, CSFD, the Fire Safety Focus Group Coordinator, all involved in there. So there's no siloing built into it. The idea you select the people responsible to prevent siloing, and everybody, I mean, we've been talking a lot about fiscal responsibility here.
Yeah.
And, you know, it comes up in all discussions, but
Yet it's not a goal.
expected, no, it's not, it's a broader, a deeper
Understand.
expectation of how everybody is supposed to think. Core value means we all have that in mind, no matter what we do. So it's not just a specific goal to reach in, say, 3 years, it's something we're always doing.
Mhm.
And so I think it's confusing to say,
Customer service, you know,
well, I mean, but I'm saying, I think we cover, it's good to have goals that you can, you know, measure and assign to certain people to get to execute. Whereas fiscal responsibility, well, of course, the general manager,
Yeah.
board, finance director, finance manager are in charge of ensuring that, but everybody has to be on board with it, and everybody is. So I think I'd leave the structure the way it is, and we're goals and in core areas kind of remain the same, that we really take these, you know, these values very seriously as guides to action and philosophy and all these things. And again, I would make a suggestion, if we're talking about next year, of making the goals more than 3 years.
Yeah.
But that's something else. That's for another
Yeah,
time.
I agree.
And so here I come back to my responsibility for the policy committee, looking at the general manager roles and responsibilities. I think in that kind of a document, you go after the core values.
Oh, yeah.
And how are you meeting the core values?
Sure, and then to Director Thomas's, staff working collaboratively towards those goals.
Yeah.
I mean,
That you have
maybe
team.
we revisit the teamwork
Yeah,
or value to incorporate that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Would that be a more overarching compromise to what you're putting within the goal itself?
I don't quite understand that context. Are you suggesting revising what we just reworded?
I think I don't really know if we have to revise it. I think we have to interpret it, take it as a warning against siloing.
Yeah,
Everybody kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah, you mentioned it as
It's
a
in there
goal.
already.
Like, the goal hasn't been established for us to work collaboratively.
Yeah.
But if our core values stay, which it does, under teamwork,
yeah,
but if you wanted to add language in there that more clearly defined us not siloing, working together more collaboratively as it applies to our mission statement, maybe that could be found there. It just seems like we're having dialogue back and
yeah,
forth about what
because
should
I'm
go. in the
thinking
goals.
that might be a better way to address that.
I think so too,
Yeah.
because also like, President Gray said, if you look at all the goals we got now, there's someone from almost every department.
Yeah.
Working within that goal, so they are working collaboratively as a team.
Yeah.
So I don't think it needs to be a separate goal for that, but I agree with, what GM said, maybe a little additional language in that one about teamwork.
If you wanted to capture some of the things you wanted to capture in the goal piece within the strategic bag, if we're not gonna put it there, maybe it could, a couple words could be added to that.
Can you read the new teamwork?
Teamwork one that was,
Let me bring it up. Yeah,
Yeah, I think the values are worded just fine, and I don't think changing the words will
no, no.
cause them to become goals. So,
well,
Recognize quality.
seem
Okay.
to work collaboratively.
Mhm.
I don't know, is there a little, little phrase you put there, like among staff and directors or something?
Amongst all departments.
Among all departments, and that's more specifically, that's more specific almost. It really does say no siloing. You say if you do that,
Across departments.
across departments,
Across all departments, yeah.
or just across departments, I think.
Yeah,
And then necessarily all departments, because there's certain things where fire might not have exactly an interest, but,
so across.
or
departments.
utilities, yeah.
Yeah.
Departments.
See, I'm gonna use that for your thing. Yeah.
yeah, I want to have a conversation. Yeah, that's, and the other thing I'd like to bring up is, I was, the other day thinking, okay, so, and what are our debt levels? I mean, any, family knows their outstanding debt. But we don't have as part of our regular report, the debt levels. So now we've got, I know what the annual, principal and, interest is. We pay on the WRF, and now we have the waste, the SSD projects. And it'd be good to have, maybe it's in our monthly finance reports, maybe it's somewhere in the budget, I don't know, but like, here are the debt levels, here's how it breaks down. Here's, the outstanding principal beginning end of the year, and that kind of thing.
That part of the audit?
Yeah, I
It's
think
in the audit.
it's in the annual audit.
It's in the audit.
It's not currently in any of the presentations.
I looked through,
Amazing.
I scoured the narrative, the budget narrative. And the budget, and I couldn't find it anywhere in
No,
there,
it's not in any budget.
What you're,
and it seems important.
what you're asking for is like maybe a quarterly report, a balance sheet.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah, or at least the annual. We don't have an annual
Well,
balance.
we have it in the audit.
Yeah, in the audit, so that's.
Okay, in the audit, yeah.
Quarterly, if you're gonna keep it, I mean, I don't know how hard that would be, it seems like it's.
Well, I mean,
straightforward.
in the presentation that is in my mind to create for this long range planning
Yeah.
with, to incorporate, it's gonna incorporate net income, it's gonna incorporate our planned capital expenditures. It would have a debt service number in there or but that wouldn't be like, what is the actual level of debt that we're carrying? It would have a total debt service number in it. I mean, we can report on anything. Now, if I put in my quarterly report, we're currently carrying, $25 million worth of debt or whatever it is, or 15. I guess I would say, what is that serving? Just to know that the number is there and it's 15 million or
Well, I
what?
would ask.
So what is it in context? Like, what is it, what are we trying to learn from knowing these numbers? So I
Let me
can
talk
put
that-
it in a
The other
presentation
thing is
that's
yeah.
like useful.
Let me toss that coin and just look at the other side of that coin. What's the use in reporting our reserves, our fund balance in each of the funds?
Which we
And because
don't do except.
And I know what the importance is. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's not
Yeah.
important. But the other side of that coin is, and how much we owe. So we're reporting monthly, here's the money in the bank. And we're not reporting monthly,
Well,
the debt. Those are.
I think that,
the two tips, yeah, sorry.
I think the question is, if we need, and it's not a necessity, but if we think that we want to buy, let's say, that fire engine. And remember, I asked you when, that was like a year ago or more. And I said, do we have the money?
Mhm.
I think knowing what our current debt, how much indebted we are today would then give us information about whether or not we wanna.
So I'm not disagreeing with any of you. So what is currently reported in a fiscal way, and I'm assuming it was created because of questions or the board wanted to know, such as, our monthly expenditure report, or the fact, how much the directors are getting paid all of those metrics were probably requested at some point from someone. And so that is what I inherited as what's being presented. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think that I want to be careful about just throwing numbers on a sheet without any context around it, because I feel like you want that information to help you make informed decisions. So I guess that's, I'm trying to create this presentation. I just haven't had time to help, which I think will help with that. And, so I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to be really mindful of how is it being presented in a way that is going to help you answer the questions you want answered. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. I mean, I'll say it sounds like a good thing for finance committee.
Yeah.
But I think what people are concerned about, when you say debt too, is really tricky. Because long-term debt is not due obviously now.
Right.
And so it can look like a big number. And of course, in a true balance, a typical balance, a real balance sheet, you also have assets to set against the debt, and you have that in the audit. But you don't do that every reporting period, because how are you gonna evaluate the assets, like,
Yeah,
so.
that can
but
be
what you-
annual,
but people-
and I'd have to look annual.
What people are concerned about, though, is more, what I would consider as current debt, current cash on hand. In other words, what you need to pay in the next year, what you have to pay that in the next year. That's the current ratio. And that's what shows you how, how
And
healthy you
kind
are.
of in combination with those reserve levels. so
Right,
we
and
can
the
see
reserves
what
are there
we're-
too, yeah.
Yeah,
So that's what people probably would be concerned about. The total amount of debt can be a scary looking figure, but people get the wrong idea. Most of it don't have to pay off for 20 years or so.
Mhm.
But maybe we could work on, I mean, I would think that might be something to be worked out.
It seems to me like the budget narrative, like, because it sounds like, well, you have to look at the budget narrative, and you have to look at the budget, and you also have to look at the auditing report to figure out one thing, like. And that narrative seems like a great place for it, but that, I guess,
well, the budget narrative is speaking to the budget, and so I'm not budgeting
Mhm.
our debts, our complete debt numbers in the budget, right? What I'm budgeting is the yearly debt service payments.
Mhm.
So it would need to be, so I don't know if, I mean, I could state in there, our total debt is, but again, if it's yearly, it's in the audit, how much we owe.
Well, can it be broken out and explained when the audit is presented? Just when the audit is presented, then bring that information out.
Yeah.
Because we don't usually, I mean, we see the audit report and we hear the auditor
Mhm.
and how we're doing good and all of that, but.
And then he
They'll-
says, are there questions?
Yeah, then he said that, yeah, but maybe if we make a point of bringing that information out as well,
Mhm.
so people don't have to hunt it down.
Mhm.
Yeah, so annually, when we get our audit report, then we also hear what our current long-term debt is
Mhm.
versus our assets, maybe.
We get our audit report in about
Hopefully
a month
soon.
or so.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so probably a little bit, maybe.
And then also, I think whenever we decide we're gonna make a big purchase, it's helpful to know what our debt is at the time.
Yeah.
So we know whether we're gonna finance something or pay cash.
Well, and that's where I would say, yes, it's important to know what our debt is, but it's important to know what our debt service is because that can be over 30 years. So just knowing that I have $30 million worth of debt is not helpful. It's helpful to know how much am I paying over this amount of time and like that
So
debt
show us that
service
big picture.
service cover, yes, and that's what
Yes.
I'm working on. It's a presentation to show that in the debt service coverage ratio, which is important and.
I was gonna
and that-
say, is there a standard ratio?
Yes.
Of course, yeah, and that was in the process, when we got the bond issue,
Mhm.
that was something that was gone over in a lot of detail. But yeah,
Mhm. So yes, I mean, I think it's a valuable conversation, but I'm working on something and then we can go from there. And then, yes, of course, in the audit, we can call that out. I think I had just started when the auditor was here and reviewed the audit last year. So I'm not really sure what his process is, but I can talk to him about that. Or at least call it out in the staff report.
Back to you, Dick.
Well, anything else on the parks and recreation here?
I want to, I sincerely apologize if we could revisit the fire protection.
Sure.
Services.
That's what we want to do.
As I'm learning this process, so I apologize for being.
No problem. That's why we're here.
And I'm a little naive to this, whether this is supposed to be, this is an objective that's appropriate to put on here, but there's 3 areas that I've kind of identified in our fire department that we could definitely improve. I put them on the workshop in there, but one of the biggest ones is our training facility and just the training in general with the fire department. They're lacking extremely the amount that they're able to do because they don't have a facility to train in. And that's imperative. I can go on and on about the reasons why we need that, but I would like to add that as an objective if we possibly could to look at potential. I don't know how we want to word it as far as, just increasing the general training. If we want to look at a plan to fund one or to look at, options and to increase the training. at our fire department. I don't know, like I said, how we want to word that as far as an objective.
Yeah, it sounds like the outcome that you would want is the ability to provide the training for your fighting staff that's needed to continue to hone and
Serve.
raise their skills.
Yeah, and
And
should be that
regardless-
strategic goal.
And regardless of where you go, but regardless of whether it's here or elsewhere, it's just the ability to do that.
Correct,
Yeah, it's almost like increasing training support or training infrastructure rather than a specific building or something.
Not necessarily
Exactly,
infrastructure.
yes.
But support or training, well, increasing training,
Opportunities.
it's training,
And we've gotten pretty creative over the years
Yeah.
of being up there, but,
Yeah.
a lot of it's, like I said, it's very,
training
So-
resources.
it's way below.
Yeah, so research.
Training resources.
Yeah, training, research, training, additional training resources for your personnel.
Yeah,
And report to the board.
Pardon me?
And report to the board.
absolutely.
Okay, but that's not the goal. The goal is that you do the research.
No,
No, it's
sure,
it's an
sure.
objective, yeah,
A new blue
blue one.
objective.
yeah.
And under fire.
So,
So, repeat what you said.
I say, a developed plan for, I said increasing training resources. And present to the board. And it'd be
Resources.
in collaboration, obviously.
To me, this is a plan. It's not necessarily resources. I mean, it's a plan to,
options?
it's a plan to achieve the training levels you see needed with
And
fire staff,
that
right?
is mandated by the state and federal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we,
Yeah,
He needs more resources to do it.
Right.
better.
Yeah, resources are means to that end.
okay.
I think that makes sense to me.
So one more time, develop a plan
For
for
increasing training resources. I don't really need much more, actually.
Well, I don't know that it's a developing a plan. It's just, identifying,
Resources needed.
yeah, needed.
Training resources needed and present and report to board. I mean,
Yeah, but-
there's a report to the board that comes out of it.
Well, that's not the blue. Report to the board is not blue.
Yeah, that's
Not the
That's underneath.
So identifying training resources needed, just like that.
For the fire staff. or-
we could, you can put in there needed for, to meet, state and, federal
Oh,
mandates.
That'll be good.
Because that's our only
Yes,
objective.
yeah.
State and federal mandates.
For emergency personnel.
Sure.
And then, the white one underneath would just be, to report to the board.
Now there. Okay, so identifying training resources needed to meet state and federal mandates for emergency personnel.
Yeah, but present to the board is not blue.
Yeah.
Percent.
It's blue because it's added as a red line right now, so it won't be blue in the.
Okay. So
And the-
identifying is gonna be dark blue, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I would say fire chief
there you go.
and general manager probably together.
And potentially finance,
Oh, finance and administrative department manager.
just adding more to your plate.
Just get a plate.
Just
Or give
to
them
know
your
that, the board did hear a report, more than a year ago, about a training center that was gonna cost, how much, $2 million or something?
Boy,
Yeah, so that's why we all went, "Oh."
yeah, I would have done. I think we can do it for, a lot cheaper if we're gonna look at it, but, once again.
Yeah.
You'll have a report.
So
One of
what's your
those things.
original target completion date
Completion for the planning.
for identifying training resources needed and then presenting a report to the board?
I can have that second quarter. Or, yeah.
Kind of like our conversation much earlier about, the use of consultants in areas, this is one of those things where do we build our own or do we rent someone else's? And, if we're not using it every day, if we're using it, it depends on how much we're using, but, it seems like there ought to be given the size of our district, there ought to be, training facilities where we could go and rent.
It's difficult in that way because we're so isolated up here. So there are other areas, and CAL FIRE has an excellent training facility down in Camp San Luis that we've utilized. Templeton has another one. Paso Robles is just getting ready to build their training facilities, but one, it costs a lot of money to send our guys over there because it's all overtime. And so, and then we're not using it very consistently. And so what this is gonna provide is a consistent everyday training facility that we could potentially use in our district. Keep them ready to respond to the area, and that way they can meet these objectives and still be able to respond.
Gotcha. So you'll bring those trade-offs to us.
Yep, absolutely.
Gotcha.
Right. What else did you have, Mike?
So I apologize again. So
No
the
problem.
two other areas that I saw, one of them was, General Manager McElwain and I have been talking about, kind of looking at our services and what we really provide and what the community is expecting versus what we can afford. And that's the ALS versus BLS. I think he's been mentioning that to you guys a little bit. And so I really wanted to put something on there to again, create a plan for that, to see what, maybe just an evaluation of, or a survey or what we can do to really start heading down that road of, it's not my intention at all ever to decrease services for sure, but I want to make sure that we can afford what we have and we can provide a high level of ALS services to the community, because that's what they're expecting. So I want to make sure that we can do that. So I think the next objective would be create a plan or create, Matt, help me out here, buddy.
Well, maybe this is a good time to talk about the schedule. Do we want to make it a strategic goal or something that operationally you and I look at with the budget, then we come present something at a board meeting?
Yeah, I think it's something that I know we've talked about this too before.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are up to. No, I mean, it's something that would be a kind of a short-term operational change.
Yeah, it wouldn't change the scope massively of the fire department, but we would come together with a presentation with data on ALS calls versus non-ALS calls, the cost of staffing. I just got the first iteration of the unions meet and confer and their request for salary adjustments. It's lofty, and it's aggressive, and that is because we do have a tough time retaining firefighter paramedics, and their salaries are climbing and the demand for them is expanding. And we may not be able to, as a district, meet those salary demands to stay competitive. So we may have to shift gears a little bit and look at going back to a basic life support department where there's a lot wider candidate pool. Our call volume is low, very low, averaging 2 calls a day.
And you have the health district.
We have the healthcare district, which is always concerning.
2 ambulances all 24/7.
But we're gonna do that data to provide, the
And
background.
also, and what's important to me as well is what the community wants and expects,
Right.
if that's what they want, then we gotta figure out a way to pay for it. That's basically at the end of the day, that's kind of where we have to be, because right now, and historically speaking, we just haven't been, paying the paramedics, what I think we've been paying them for a substantial amount of time. And I think even our reserve program, we had paramedics working for our reserve program, full-time hours, even making overtime, that were never paid a day for being a paramedic. And so,
And making minimum wage.
And so, yeah, it was very difficult for me. And then now stepping into this seat to see that and go, well, okay, we need to do something. That's where the conversation started. So again, it's not my intentions to decrease services at all. I definitely don't want to make that, want to make it very clear that that's not the case, but I want to make sure that we can, afford what we're providing. And then at the same time, there's a lot of other challenges right now. There's a nationwide shortage of paramedics. And so we had I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but we had our full-time paramedic firefighter position open for 8 months, 6 months, something like that. We had 2 applicants. We just flew, and that was for a full-time permanent position. So we just flew our safer position, which is temporary, as you all know. And we had 12 applicants, but it was for EMT. And so that's the difference that you're seeing. And I've been in contact with Pastoral, San Luis City, and those are the 2 highest paid departments in our county. And they're still seeing a very, very low rate of paramedic applications. And that's just one tiny little section of the problem that we're seeing. But we also have training, you know, again, along those other lines, is trying to keep them trained at that EMS level. Because if you don't use those skills,
Right.
and Cambria is historically, you know, on the slower end of the call volume, you're not up and using those skills or honing those skills, then you're gonna lose them and then kind of.
Well,
what's the point?
hospital research shows that good quality CPR at the BLS level saves more lives than all the fancy stuff.
I'll back you up on that for sure. However, I don't want to get convoluted into thinking that the BLS, because the only way, BLS won't save the lives alone. It's just that you cannot have ALS without good BLS, if that makes any sense.
That's exactly
You can't, if you don't do good CPR, all that extra stuff, it won't matter.
right.
And so that's where, yeah, absolutely, going back and going back to basics and trying to, focus on those. And that's really been historically speaking, the issue with the fire service, because we want to do more with less, constantly more. We want to do ocean rescue, we want to cliff rescue, we want to do, all of the different aspects. And at some point, you're losing sight of doing those efficiently and doing them well. To the point now where all of our paramedics have 2 or 3 other jobs just to maintain those skills. And I just don't feel like that's fair to them. And it's not all of our responsibility. That's not 100% on us, but we can do better, so.
So are we trying to make an objective out of this, or is this something?
sorry.
No, it's okay. Or are you 2 gonna do research on this and bring a report to the board?
We're gonna do something to the board, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
And then do you have a third one? Another one?
Yeah, the third one was, it's along.
Can I jump in?
Yes, sir.
It's kind of a tangent on what you've just brought up. And it's, gonna be messy. You may not want to discuss it, but we have, funding challenges with the fire department and emergency, service department. We have a healthcare, services district that has funding challenges. And, I don't know, I've seen within, recent time frame, any serious effort at, collaboration on whether there are potential synergies. Whenever I ask about, well, yeah, if there's a call, sure, it's kind of fun to see whether Cal Fire gets there first, or we do, or the healthcare district gets there first. But there are 3 vehicles there, and the argument that, well, we might need all 3 of them, shucks, it doesn't, if that doesn't feel like it's an area rich for opportunity, I don't know what is. So I want to throw that out on the table and see if there's.
Let's get back to the mics here.
That's Mike first.
Starting to get tight on time.
Yeah, okay,
We need
yeah,
to.
I think that.
This might be another one where.
Okay,
Not planning,
sure.
I can,
But we wanna
just
hear it.
discuss on the side. It's about our health and safety. And so, I know we have a injury and illness prevention program. But in regards to the fire service, we're seeing a lot more, detail, health and safety, prevention type things, mental health, meaning, as well as cancer prevention and all of those things. So that's something that I wanted to bring to, I'm not gonna talk about it, but, like I said, maybe not an objective. Here's something we can research and bring back to the board and say, hey, this is what we want in, because it does have a cost to it. But if you look at the long run, and like I said, we can look at, the data. But a lot of the fire departments, especially in our area, are starting to use those, and they're very successful, to the point where, because what I'm talking about is blood work every year. They're doing annual, extensive checkups on these firefighters, and so to the point where they found a cancer marker, and ended up saving one of the firefighters' lives, and that's huge. And so I want to be able to have the opportunity to discuss and implement something along those lines. Once again, maybe not appropriate for this.
Get in the budget.
Anybody else? Over here.
Just real quick, Mr. Hirsch did a pretty good, work on the JPA at one point for the healthcare district and the fire department, and the two sides really could never jive. There's some principal acts in LAFCO between the healthcare district and the fire department where a merger isn't always necessarily possible. There are some circumventing things. There's some things that could happen if the healthcare district was to go belly up, so to speak, that we could potentially come in after a couple of after some processes. But right at the moment, right now, there's not a way necessarily to do any consolidating or synergy necessary. However, we can do medical training with the healthcare district. So if we were to make that shift to a basic life support department, we definitely could work with them in training to improve healthcare. From a BLS perspective, working with an ALS agency. We've worked with them for so long. The staff works very well with them. You know, that wouldn't be difficult, but to your point.
Yeah, and I know there's camaraderie because they'll be hitting the gym at the fire department. So I know there's already camaraderie.
And
Yeah.
most of us at the fire department, including myself, have worked for the healthcare district. And this is such a small community that we work, I would say, having worked with the other ambulance companies in the county, we have an amazing relationship with the healthcare district. And yeah, like we can definitely improve on that and get better at our training with them, but that's.
I think Haley has the
Sure.
Oh, just for my turn. Finishing out your section for developing a management plan for CCSD owned undeveloped parcels. What is your original target completion date before we finish the conversation?
Right. You know what? When we framed that goal up, when in our first meeting with the pros committee, I think we framed that up as fourth quarter, but I'll look and get back to you.
Okay.
But it would be, the straight up answer would be whatever I wrote down in the report I provided at the board meeting a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Any final thoughts on your objectives? You did an excellent job of covering them. I feel good about your conversations. Let's take a quick trip into number 13, which is the next steps and follow-up. We had one from David here, was on the true costs of employees. Was there anybody else that anything you'd like to add to the next meeting? It will be the next board meeting, the next one or two strategic planning. Just
For the next, the one in 6 months.
we do it in 6 months, yes. It's just a mind jogger. We just want to, it's why it's fresh in our minds of what you want to look at, do as a board.
I think I also brought up about, the water wait list and the water moratorium, having some kind of strategic plan about it.
Yeah,
Resolve that issue.
and I think we talked about it here.
Anything else in this? You should have tons of notes, right?
So notes, but listen, I think we got most of the stuff into the current.
Right.
Agenda, so.
So I'll just do a quick summary of the workshop. I want to thank you for the opportunity. Excellent job in participation. I think you had a good conversation, which was the purpose of just getting everybody together, be relaxed. I think you had, I learned a lot. It just reminds me how much more I don't know. But excellent job. I think you're on the right path. I think the strategic plan of expanding it. And once you take your objectives out a little further, then you can go back into do your banning. You can start looking at it as what happens in 5 or 6 agencies at the same time, say you're clear, go do the project. You can anticipate those needs real quick. You're on the right path. The 3-year plan was good, and what I've heard was you're good. Thanks again.
On step 13, I wanted to ask, on step 13, it says set a date and 6 months. Did you want to do that or?
Oh, setting a date, I guess we can just hand that over to Haley.
6 months from now?
If it's approximately 6 months, it would be early
September.
Now, in the,
Okay, we're talking.
in the planning workshop timeline, we had threw in there likely the 12th or 19th of September.
The 12th is a board meeting.
Right, yeah, they're both board meetings.
That'd be a board
This is
meeting.
Oh.
just to review our objectives and
Yeah.
supporting actions.
Sure.
Yeah.
This way everybody understands the changes. This new process, well, it takes what was a monthly review for quite a while. And then has turned into a quarterly review, into a semi-annual review. So we're stretching out the intervals between these, where we go to the grid and, go over progress. So that's the progress report essentially. And then we'll have another, I don't know if I can make my remarks. So I make my remarks now? or-
Yes,
Oh, very
you-
quickly.
it's over to you.
That's part of them.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought this was a very, very constructive meeting, and I'm sure glad we can do it in person.
I think
It's
maybe-
much more casual and informal and, but also very productive. I did want to, note that one of the key facts today is that this was not the big meeting. The big meeting that sets new goals, going forward, which is a different process. It's outlined in the description, on the agenda here, but the process is, it's a different purpose. Comes next year, about a year from now. And we shall be thinking actually about things we would want to bring up as new goals. And I think what, Dave brought up about what to do with the wait list and all that is something that would be a goal probably, because it's a major issue. I mean, talking about bringing the growth issue back, managing that. That's something that would be a multi-year, process. Things like also redefining, and Dick was mentioning 5 years. Should be, a 5-year span between major goal setting or some other number rather than the 3. I think we need to consider that too, because a lot of these goals, that we set, are either, can be accomplished less than 3 years, but maybe take much longer. I'm thinking of a coastal development permit for WRF. And if we also go for an additional coastal development permit sometime in the future for further work on WRF, it would be another long process. So we can think about things like that. And anything you brought up today that maybe it was a little too big for this process, don't be frustrated. You got your chance, because that's what the next meeting is for. I think this is been a great session. I'm sure happy to have been participating in it. I'll leave final words to Mr. McElhenney.
Actually, no to say after that. No, I thought it was a great opportunity, especially from the staff perspective, to have a voice in the process. We talk about what's feasible and not feasible, some of the barriers to us actually getting, some of these strategic goals off of our plate. It takes time, it takes input. So we appreciate the board's work and the part and everybody, I think, we were able to clearly kind of identify what are some of the things that we're chewing on for the next, year or so until we come back with major updates.
Yeah.
So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Haley, can I ask?
You're welcome. I guess,
I think
Harry.
Yeah, I just want to ask something. Feel better. Haley, if you could read the list of folks that have been hanging out here with us for the past almost 6 hours.
Yeah, I just emailed the list to you guys.
No, I
And
know,
it's
but I
gonna
just-
be more than this, so let me just bring up the list.
Okay.
So Crosby Schwartz, Laura Schwartz, Rollins, Tony, Candy, Laura J, Christine Heinrichs, and Gordon Heinrichs.
Yeah, I just want to thank them, and of course, Mr. Duchek here for hanging in there with us and participating in their own silent fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry.
And I want to thank Clark for the excellent job he did facilitating this and helping to keep us on track.
Well, it was a great group. It's very relaxing. I hope you relaxed as I was.
I think this went really well. I think we all work well together and, yeah.
Good.
Now, do we need to set a date for the next major workshop?
Well, I think, we kind of offloaded that onto Haley, but maybe the first meeting in September would be.
Yeah, that's an
The
update.
exact, yeah, the exact time.
I just wanted to say that it was really good to have you all here,
Yes.
like face to face. Because, in previous times, it like, is so-and-so available? And you never know. So it's great to have your smiling faces here. I really.
So I guess, without any further ado, this meeting is adjourned. Good job.